Dan Kennedy, VP of Cloud Infrastructure Services. And first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for taking some time out of your busy week to join us. I think this is a very exciting technology, and I'm super happy to be sharing some of this information with you. Today's workshop is a Microsoft Windows Virtual Desktop. It's an immersion workshop, which means that we're going to start with a little bit of an introduction and go all the way to actually setting up with a hands-on lab. So that's really our goal today, is to give you an overview of the WVD in a workshop sort of one-day format. As Gina mentioned, I do have a couple of colleagues with me. I have Dan Fluid, who is a VP of Sales, Pete Blakovich, a Senior Cloud Architect, and we have also a special guest. We have Microsoft's John Kelbley, who will also give us a quick glimpse of the roadmap for WVD. So look forward to seeing that. So let's get right to it. In terms of the format, also in terms of questions, what I thought I would do is take some of the questions during the lab later this afternoon. So feel free to put the questions in the chat, as Gina mentioned, as we go through the presentation. And then during the lab, there's going to be certain points where we will be spinning up resources on Azure. So it may take a few minutes to spin those up. And I like to be opportunistic and instead of me talking about something else or having some sort of, nothing going on, I thought we'd take questions during that moment. So if that's cool with everyone, let's go ahead and get it started. So let's get started with our workshop agenda. From 9, which is the session that we're in right now, is going to be the first session. It's going to be an intro to Windows Virtual Desktop. What is Windows Virtual Desktop? What is it used for? And so we'll go through that. Then at 9:30, we're going to, talk about some of the deployment and management options, along with some of the third-party tools, and of course, how much does it cost? And so some of the licensing and pricing around that. In our 10:45 session, we'll go over the planning and design and some of the best practices of Windows Virtual Desktop. So you can see that we start out kind of like high level, and we start to peel that WVD onion back sort of as we get into that. And then finally, 11:45, we have a bit of a break from 11:45 to 12:15. That's where we're going to set up for labs. It takes about an hour for that lab to spin up for each one of us. I'm going to actually go through the lab. Feel free to follow along with the link that's been provided to you at that juncture. And so from 1 to 4:30, we'll be going through that lab, and then we'll talk about next steps and how do you get going from there. So that's today's agenda. Let's kind of dive right into the first session. So first, we will provide an overview of the WVD in terms of why businesses are turning to the platform. What's going on in the industry to really cause this excitement, and why is everyone starting to move in this direction? How is the security addressed? Security is always top of mind. And then how does it compare to, let's say, traditional VDI or RDS? And then optimizations that can enhance the WVD platform. But before we get into that, I think it's kind of cool to take a look at, organizations that have implemented it. So you can kind of see a little bit on the horizon where some organizations have gone with it. Why have they gone that route? So I think it's important to kind of understand that. And in today's crisis and today's with today's remote workforce, companies really need an infrastructure that's always available and reliable. And that's kind of like from the first one here, with the Georgia Office of the State Treasury, where traditional remote services are no longer sufficient for the workforce, and with them, it was really about using a platform such as Windows Virtual Desktop implementation that really lessens the risk of remote, unavailable technology services. So really the theme there was remote workspace, with the crisis that's going on that we're all familiar with. And very similar here to the second organization, really trying to find a way to shift away from business as usual and, really bring in familiar apps to their users in a cost-effective and transparent manner. And then the final organization here, the New York City Department of Environmental Health. This one is about bringing your own device, or BYOD, where Windows Virtual Desktop helped them to connect employees without the company providing them a laptop. So that's pretty cool. So I wanted to kind of just start out, like here are some of the ways and reasons why companies are going with this direction.
Why is this not getting this momentum? It did come out with a press release 2 hours ago, and the 2-hour press release said that
I believe somebody is not on mute. Okay, thank you. Okay, so visualization helps address specific business needs. So here are some other areas WVD helps to address. Security and regulation. As I mentioned, in today's world, security is obviously at the top of mind and WVD provides a secure access to data and the organizational resources. Virtualization also helps to address compliance and industry regulations such as healthcare, government, financial services. WVD provides really a great solution for an increasingly elastic workforce, such as mergers, acquisitions, short-term employees, contractors, or partner access. And then visualization also provides a great solution virtualization provides a great solution for specific employees, such as bring your own device, mobile, call centers, and branch workers. And then finally, there has been an increase for the need of specialized workloads, such as design, engineering, legacy apps, and software dev and test. So with that, having said that, Windows Virtual Desktop helps employees stay as productive with a virtualized experience on a PC, phone, tablet, or even a browser as they would if, let's say, they were physically working with a PC right in front of them. WVD also simplifies the management, the provisioning, the access to corporate data and apps. It can also reduce the cost and resources associated with managing on-premises infrastructure. And then finally, virtualization can empower IT to transform the workspace. So with Windows 10 and Office 365 kept up to date, cloud-connected management powered by Config Manager and things like Intune provides the most productive and the most secure computing experience for users while lowering the total cost of ownership, or TCO. That also reduces the complexity for IT teams, which is very important. So let's take a look at each one of these benefits, starting with productivity and what it means to have the most productive experience. So, multi-session and single session on Windows 10. This multi-session is the only one that's delivered, is the only one available right now, and it's by WVD, by Azure WVD.
I think one of the points that he was probably about to make was really around the benefit of an Azure-specific VDI-style deployment, which in large part is based on the client licensing that end users have access to, and building upon what customers typically own with M365 or Windows Software Assurance provides access to various operating systems in Azure that you can run from a VDI perspective. So you can run the traditional session-based multi-user delivered experience using Windows Server, which requires a remote desktop services cal. But based on the software assurance benefits of the Windows client operating system, you can also run in Azure with no additional licensing cost and without the need for an RDS cal, Windows 7 single session, Windows 10 single session, or a specialized version that's Azure only of Windows 10 called Enterprise Multi-Session. This allows you to get the same kind of scale benefits you would see from Windows Server-based, session-based deployments, but provides a high-fidelity Windows client experience. So you can put, say, 10 or 20 users on one Windows 10 multi-session operating system in Azure and get the benefits of a single operating system kernel from both management cost perspective, but also user density. Why pay for 10 VMs for 10 users when those users, if they don't require local administrative access, could all run very comfortably on one VM with a few extra cores? You could see that what the potential economic benefit of that might be, and also management benefit. The architecture, and I don't know if Stanford's back, he can jump back in. I was just going to go through my traditional pitch on all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm back, but
okay.
Just get a good stopping point, it'll be fine.
Okay, well, I'll let you go. I don't know what your next slide was, but I figured I was just going to hit the Windows 10 stuff real hard because I think that's where we lost you.
Yeah, cool, no problem. Well, talk about remote workspaces. Sorry, I apologize for that. I lost my internet connection. So let me go ahead and share this slide again.
It's a tough world we live in with all the bandwidth that everybody's using, plus kids learning from home or sucking our bandwidth during the day. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Go ahead. Tell you what, John, I got to get more things set up, if you don't mind, just finishing that slide there.
Okay, sure. Ultimately, one of the benefits of running in Azure is proximity to Office 365 services. So customers that have already moved Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business have the benefit of having all that data near Azure. So providing a desktop experience in Azure with their data running in Office 365 provides an extremely low latency delivery for those end users. Plus, it takes advantage of some of those networking enhancements a lot of customers have already deployed. Things like ExpressRoute, for example. If you have a dedicated connection into Microsoft's cloud that's low latency, why not use it for desktop delivery as well, right? So that's part of the optimizations that we see from Office 365 combined with a Windows Virtual Desktop infrastructure. Additionally, one of the things that Microsoft invested in a couple years ago was a profile virtualization technology called FSLogix, which allows for the encapsulation of the end user profile in a VHD file, a virtual disk file, leveraging those profile containers to create a high-speed cache for the user's profile information, their license activation, their OST file for Outlook, and their OneDrive for Business files, and having it be able to rapidly attach and detach helps with both the centralization, but also the Office 365 experience as well.
Cool. Thanks, John. That's awesome. All right. All right, I'll get this going again. Okay, we're back online. So kind of where I was leaving off is some of the benefits there. 365 containers, optimizations for Microsoft 365. Let me make sure here I'm in the right spot. Yep. So Windows Virtual Desktop also delivers a consistent Windows 10 and Office 365 experience for users across local and virtual workspaces. So things like the new FS Logic technologies make Office 365 much more performant in a multi-user environment. Things like Outlook, OST files, OneDrive cache, Windows Search, the DB, Search DB, and the GAL. So speaking of FS Logic, its profile container enables a full access to OneDrive, the ability to run Outlook in cache mode, and dramatically speeds up logon and application launch times. FS Logic, by the way, is acquired by Microsoft, and I think it's going under a rebranding process with that. But what's cool is the Office 365 is optimized for multi-session virtualized deployments. So, and if you're already running, for example, remote desktop services or RDS, and you can also migrate that environment and take advantage of a simplified infrastructure. It supports Windows Server 2012 and beyond, as well as the app compatibility for existing Windows Server images used on-prem. Windows Virtual Desktop provides a great way to manage and scale in minutes. The Azure portal provides an easy interface to increase the scale of VMs that's being virtualized. And so the add users and control how the usage is load balanced. And we'll get into that later, whether it's, you load balancing and adding users across the multiple host sessions in a breadth or depth first way. And we'll talk about what the difference of that and how you spread the users across those. But, just kind of talking about, the scale and the capabilities around Azure. Obviously, Azure has data centers in 54 regions and 140 countries. Azure Management Portal for Windows Virtual Desktop. It's built-in security and compliance. And then there's a partner ecosystem extensibility around that. So kind of recapping some of the Windows Virtual Desktop benefits, the Windows 10 multi-session version of Windows is desktop-based. And so what I really like about that is the applications are built for desktops, right? It works seamlessly. So, years ago when you had server-based virtualization, there was always this sort of weird thing where applications were built for Windows or desktops, but we're running them on server. And so this makes sure that it's a seamless sort of compatibility of running your applications on a desktop. It's also optimized for Office 365, Pro Plus, and then WVD also supports, like I said, the Windows Server 2012 R2 and beyond. It's a flexible service allowing you to virtualize desktops and apps, and also you only pay for Azure consumption and includes, you only pay for what you use on the consumption aspect, and it includes a free extended security updates. So rounding that out, you have mobility where users can access the device from anywhere. You have a security aspect where business data never leaves Azure. From a scalability, it's built on Azure, which is very broad and adjusts to fluctuations in the workflow in the workforce to be able to scale with that. Compatibility, in terms of compatibility, the older apps can run virtualized. The performance of apps remain close to the data, and the costs, you can utilize the elasticity of Azure. So, for example, if you're not running on the weekends, you don't need those services. You actually don't have to pay for that consumption if you're on pay-as-you-go. So WVD is built on Microsoft's cloud platform called Azure, and Azure provides a standardized and consistent infrastructure that can span across regions. And so Microsoft is focused on providing a purpose-built infrastructure, whether it's infrastructure as a service or, let's say, VMs migrated to the cloud, all the way up to serverless platforms such as containers and integration services. Security is, again, on all our minds, and the platform that provides secure foundation, it provides a multi-layered and has significant investment in terms of protecting customers' data and the assets. And so Microsoft has approached this security from many angles, including infrastructure, compliance audits, data center personnel, Azure services such as Network Security Group or NSG, Sentinel, which is a SIEM, Azure Security Center, Active Directory, Key Vault, and many more. So quite a bit's been invested in it, and you know, it really shows their commitment to the security. So speaking of security, breaking that down a little more, I like to think about it in different layers. And so the first one is identity. And so when you think of identity, you think about identify the Azure Active Directory and lets you control access to your remote apps and desktops through Azure Active Directory. On-premise Active Directory can also be synced with the Active Directory tenant so that you have a common user identity for authentication and authorization to all your resources. And so we all live in a world where MFA or multi-factor authentication is pretty much accepted, and that's basically a two-step verification process. So, you know, if you haven't done it, you log in with your username and password, and then you either get a text or a phone call. And so it's a way to make sure the person that's logging in has their appropriate access. Another identity service is conditional access policy. And so that controls how authorized users can access your remote apps and desktops based on the network location of a user or, you know, let's say time of day, the client device, the client app, and risk profile. Another aspect to security is the role-based access controls, or RBAC, and that enables a fine level of control over management permissions in Windows Virtual Desktop. The Virtual Private Network Gateway, or VPN, provides a way to create a secure connection from your on-premise environment to Windows Virtual Desktop solution. And so you can use things like ExpressRoute to create a dedicated secure connection between your environments, or a site-to-site VPN, for example. So also leveraging Microsoft Office 365 security and management capabilities will also enhance the security posture for your Windows Virtual Desktop environment. Security Center provides a unified security management service for your VNet and hosted virtual machines. And Azure Information Protection, or AIP, will secure the data, documents, and email in your desktop environment. So that kind of rounds out. I mean, there's also network security groups, or NSG, where, you know, Azure basically puts a fence or a virtual network is used to control traffic in and out of your session host virtual machines. And then there's things like Reverse Connect, which is only available in WVD as well. So thinking about, you know, with Windows Virtual Desktop, you can save time, you can save money, promote consistency, because most of the heavy lifting is managed by Microsoft. As you can see here on the left, this is a typical traditional VDI or RDS, and you can see that, you know, the dark blue is demonstrating what you're managing, right? Managed by the partner organization. In WVD, you can see that you're only managing image management as well as entitlement. The rest is managed by Microsoft. So that's huge. The hosting, the storage, the network, the maintenance, licensing, and brokering. So all that's handled by Microsoft, which is great. So up until this point, it's been a long history of basically server-based virtualized Windows environments, or maybe only single user experience. So now a native multi-session Windows 10 experience is here, and it provides that virtualized desktop. And so that means that applications built for desktops can just simply work better. But it also has a server-like user density capability. The Windows OS supports multiple active sessions and provides client-like experience, included the look and feel, some of the security updates, a UAP, things like Edge, Cortana, Windows Desktop Search, all the things that you're typically used to and experience on a desktop. So that's, as we get into the next slide, we're going to talk, this is really the final slide of the first session here. Additional optimizations for WVD. Microsoft Teams, which is also, increased in popularity over the past year, especially when the crisis mode. New support for audio and visual redirection, including peer-to-peer optimization. It's easier to provide the shared workstations and access for frontline workers. For OneDrive, you can co-auth and collab capabilities in WXP, powered by OneDrive. And then OneDrive Sync will run in non-persistent environments, files on demand capabilities, and auto-populate user profile folders. With Outlook, you've got syncing of your inbox prior to calendar for faster startup experience, administration option to reduce calendar sync windows, reduce the number of folders that are synced by default, and Windows Desktop Search is now per user. From an auto-scaling perspective, the scheduling VMs to start and stop based on business hours to reduce cost and complexity. So all that can be automated based on your business use cases. Serverless based on Azure Automation and Logic Apps. And then service tags and URL security meets firewall connection requirements with defined service tags. And then we have to talk about a little bit about Linux Thin Client SDK, where the support for non-Windows devices with Thin Client SDK for Linux-based devices and processes. Okay, so that's session one. And I think we're right on in terms of time on the 9:32 mark. So I'm going to go ahead and get into our next session. Okay, so session two, again, we're getting a little deeper here, deployment options for WVD, the management options, some of the third-party tools, and then licensing and pricing. Okay, so before I get going, I figured it would be nice just to kind of see this in action. What does this thing look like? What's the experience like for the user? So let's take a look at a Windows 10 Enterprise for virtual desktop and see what it looks like. So, we can just connect here, RDP, go ahead and connect to it. Then from there, we'll go to Windows, we'll go to Settings, About, the System and the About. And you can see here, we've got a Windows 10 Enterprise for virtual desktop. And then this desktop has all the familiar applications that you would expect to see, such as Edge browser or your favorite browser. We can also open up our mail, and it supports Office 365 Pro Plus as well. So pretty familiar experience really all the way through from a desktop perspective. Now opening up File Explorer, we can kind of look at OneDrive and kind of do some just kind of seeing how things are structured from a File Explorer perspective. And from there, I think it's kind of cool to actually see how many users are connected to this or concurrent users that are connected by going to Task Manager and clicking on the Users tab there. You can see that 5 individuals are actually connected to this host session. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the deployment options for WVD. First, your compute options include the size and type of any VM in your Azure region. So choosing between images from anywhere from a general purpose D series all the way up to a high performance H series such as HBV2. You may also want to lift and shift or create a new VDI infrastructure with compute options. When WVDs are set up, you have the option to make them personal or pooled. And so you would select personal when it's a specific to a particular user, or select pooled to take advantage of multiple user sessions using the same VM. Next, user profiles can be managed using FS Logic. FS Logic is now owned by Microsoft and is currently in the process of being rebranded. As I mentioned, the FS Logic provides faster login and application launch times. It basically compiles user information in a quickly loadable and mountable file. It also is compatible for pool-based deployment. And when the users turn off compute, they can still access their user profile when they sign back in. So there's also support for Azure Files, NetApp Files, and file server clusters. What's really cool, I think, is the fact that you have multiple options for deploying apps. You can create a single image with all the applications for all the users. There's also a logical grouping of apps, or called an app group. And so by default, when you actually create your first one, and you will see that later today in the lab, a new app group will be created, essentially the desktop apps. And then you can create you can actually create more app groups, assign roles, permissions to those groups, but we'll dive into that a little bit more later. So I mentioned personal versus pooled desktops. Both are virtual. And I mentioned that in the previous slide, but here's a kind of a deeper view of how the difference of that. So a personal is a user has his or her machine. There's only one user for his or her machine, right? So it's still virtualized, but you can see here that in this configuration, it's used for a single session with, maybe it's a heavy performance requirements, right? So you don't want multiple users sharing that same session or that same desktop. It may need to run things like a robust VM or things like CAD or SAP or something else very similar. With personal, you get the always-on experience and a single state retention. Now pooled, which is probably around what 80% of the customers or organizations use Windows 10 multi-session for, and it provides really the lowest cost in most customer scenarios. In this deployment configuration, the multiple users share the same VM. And so you can configure a load balancing method to control how users are distributed across the session hosts. You can select either breadth or depth first. And the way that works is breadth is if you, let's say you have, it adds a user evenly across the session host. So let's say you had 2 users log in and there are 2 hosts. Each user will have each host will have 1 user each. By contrast, the depth first will actually saturate that first host until a performance threshold is met, and then it starts putting the additional users on the next. So really that's the difference. You can also automate your Azure management tasks using Azure Automation. You can use it to orchestrate actions across external systems right there within Azure. And so based on predictable daily usage patterns, use Azure Automation. That use will actually optimize the multi-session and single-session pool desktops. Okay. Typically you would look at different storage options. There's Azure NetApp files, and that's recommended choice for WVD. It's the easiest to deploy and manage, but costs a bit more than the Azure files. It gets a native type experience without any patching or management. Azure files are cheaper than ANF, requires more work to deploy and manage. You can get a native type experience without any patching or any kind of management. And then there's file server cluster. It's great for certain customer scenarios where regional availability may be key. It's difficult to use and manage and the patching and configuration requirements are typically a little more difficult. And then there's profile containers, things like you want to include Office 365 container, which roams Office cache data, things like Outlook OST, the OneDrive cache, Skype for Business, GALS, etc. And then there's the Windows Search DB with a user individual desktop environment. You can also migrate user profiles, copy user profile disks, VHDs to new folder and share folders. You also have the multi-storage options. It's a container that dynamically attaches to the computing environment using a locally supported virtual hard disk. For, again, FS Logic, and we're actually going to see that in the lab today and how FS Logic actually manages the user profile as you log in. We'll go through and set that up. So some key points or takeaways for FS Logic is the profile is stored in a VHD or VHDX. It's the same approach used by UPD. It's mounted at login using block transfer. It's faster login, and it's no target storage requirement and that just provides a greater resiliency. The size of the profile doesn't impact login time, and the caching from Windows Cache Manager. There's a profile container that redirects everything from a user profile, and then you can also have filter driver that causes a profile to appear local, provides a broader application support. So with that, the system thinks it's internal, and I think this is the key for apps that want system or local drives to do the work. Okay, we'll get into the third-party tools for Windows Virtual Desktop and optimizing it with some of the rich ISV partner ecosystem out there. And that really does enhance your WVD experience. We've categorized these in 6 areas or 6 categories. there are ones around customer environment assessment, which assesses resource utilization of apps, users, and an OS. It's a baseline user experiences and recommends sizing for WVD, which is important, to get the right size, from a user experience perspective, as well as obviously cost optimization. There's also diagnostics and end user experience monitoring, which can assess, monitor, and manage the end user experiences with a GUI enabled reactive troubleshooting, as well as predictive troubleshooting leveraging AI and ML. And each one of these, there's some examples here for each one of them. The application layering is another category which enables dynamic provisioning of apps during the boot log-on time based on a user profile. And then there's a management, which is really around the deployment and configuration, things like Nerdio, NetApp, CloudJumper. Printing, remove the need for print server infrastructure. And then app compatibility assessment and remediation, which assesses an app's compatibility for laying new packaging. Okay, let's get a little bit into the licensing and pricing. So I think one of the key takeaways here is based on your organization, you actually, many Microsoft customers, if you're already a Microsoft customer, you may already be eligible for WVD today. So, from a client's perspective, customers that are eligible to access Windows 10 single and multi-session Windows 7, if you have the Microsoft 365 E3, E5, and there's a few more here, the A3, A5 student use benefits, the F3, and the business, as well as the Windows 10 Enterprise E3 or E5, A3, A5, and VDA per user. And then from a server perspective, customers are eligible to access server workloads with WVD if they have one of the following licenses: an RDS Cal license with active software assurance or SA. So typically paying for the virtual machines is consumption based, and so you pay for typically the VM or the machine, the storage, the networking consumed when the users are using the service. So with that, I kind of wanted to look at just real quick, the pricing calculator for this. So I'm going to share that. Okay. So typically you would be paying, if you signed up today, you would be paying pay-as-you-go, which is more consumption-based. And it's kind of interesting to see the pricing calculator because it'll give you a pretty good idea of how things are priced. So we'll just kind of go through some of the main areas here. Obviously, region, you would select which data center is probably closest to the one you're in. Whether or not it's a pooled or personal, we talked about that, whether it's a one machine, one user, or it's a multi-session, multiple users for that host session. Another area that's interesting is the usage hours, right? That plays into the cost. You can figure out, how many hours a month you'll be using it. Do you use it on the evenings or the weekends? That may be some opportunity to reduce cost because when it's not running, you're not paying for it. And there's some automation tools that you can also do to spin those resources down and save money around that. There's also scenarios, whether it's multi-session or single session. And there's some recommendations here in terms of workload type. You've got a light, medium, heavy, and power. And you can kind of see here, they give you some tips on what some of those mean. So based on your configuration, how many users per VM or per vCPU will you have? And that really kind of takes us to the next sort of main lever here, if you will, and that's the VM or the instance and what size that is. And again, you kind of have access to pretty much all of them within that region or within that data center. So selecting whether or not you need heavy compute, heavy RAM, mix of both. These are the different families that you can select from. As I mentioned, from the D series all the way down to the 8 series. So that will help you sort of price it up. And then the other thing I'll mention is there's a pay-as-you-go option, and you'll be able to have a significant savings if you do what they call reserve instance. So you basically say, here's how much we're going to utilize, and here's a reserve. So you can save up to 40% on that. And then there's a 3-year reserve where there's even more savings on that. So that's typically how this is priced. Pretty simple, and this calculator will get you pretty close. The only other thing is the type of disk, whether it's premium or standard. The size of that disk will also be another factor. You can see here it goes from 18 a month on up. So sizing that correctly is going to directly impact your costs as well. And then obviously support and some other offers there. But this is just the retail sort of pricing calculator that's available to everybody to kind of go out and look at. And we'll go back. Okay, so that is the second session as we finish this up. Let's see here. Got a few more minutes to spare, but it might be a good time to go ahead and get the third session spun up. Maybe if I'll get that set up. If you guys want to take a couple minutes, get you another cup of coffee, and I'll get us set up for the third session. And from there, again, going back to our agenda, we'll have a third session where we go through the architecture best practices, and then we get up through the labs. I know, John, I know you've already covered some things. I don't know, maybe you want to take this opportunity to maybe go over some of the roadmap things, or you want to wait after the third session. I'll leave that up to you.
Well, I'm happy to jump in and run through the roadmap, unless people have already gotten up and gone for coffee.
Yeah, that was really for me.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's right. Okay, so you go get some coffee and take a breather from talking, and then I'll hop in and we'll talk about some of the directions and roadmap pieces. Okay. And again, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is John Kelbley, and I'm the public sector lead for Windows Virtual Desktop. So I work with federal government agencies, state and local government customers, and education customers deploying Windows Virtual Desktop. Some of those we saw on the slide earlier as far as customers. If you guys have any questions at all, if you need to get a hold of me, feel free to reach out. My email address is johnkel@microsoft.com. What I wanted to do, and we did have a kind of a good introduction to some of the WVD topics, and I think when you get into the hands-on lab, some of the items that were covered will make more sense. Directionally, I just wanted to provide you some food for thought on what Microsoft is doing from a Windows Virtual Desktop perspective, keeping in mind that WVD is kind of a bit of a licensing program, right? You're taking advantage of M365 and Windows software assurance, but also a technology platform running on top of Azure. So as such, there are a lot of third parties that were mentioned that help and optimize some of those things. Microsoft is continuing to invest in all things WVD, Windows Virtual Desktop, but it's complicated because it's desktop operating systems, it's participating in Active Directory, it's using Office 365's Azure AD. So there's a kind of a whole orchestra of things that need to be coordinated to make it all work seamlessly. And I think we do a pretty good job to support the hundreds of thousands of concurrent users that use the service every day. What we're doing directionally from a roadmap perspective is certainly focusing on security, which is a big rock that everyone's concerned with, particularly when you think about publishing remote desktop services from a cloud. We're also very focused on cost optimization. Traditional VDI deployments were those one-to-one personal persistent VMs that people used to publish. And those can be super expensive because you'll provision it on premises for the high watermark of users. If you have 1,000 people in your organization, you may need to provision enough capacity for those thousands of users. When you transition and pivot to the cloud, now you're using compute as a service. You don't want those VMs to be on all the time. So how you optimize the cost and shut it down, that's the promise and value of the cloud. And to do all of that, we're super invested in automation and monitoring. So directionally, those are the things that are largely driving what we're doing around Windows Virtual Desktop. I wanted to provide you with just a couple of links and an overview. There is a link on what's new in Windows Virtual Desktop. If you Bing that, I mean, you could Google it, but you want to Bing that, that'll actually give you a list of what's new. And I'll pop that open real quick just to show you what the format of the page is. They organize by month what capabilities are new, how to get access to the various clients for Windows Virtual Desktop, because not only does the client experience that we saw earlier run great on Windows desktops, but on Mac desktops, iOS devices, iPhones, iPads, Android devices, and there's even a web user interface. But this one spot, this what's new spot, is really where you see all the cool stuff and announcements around Windows Virtual Desktop. And some of the things that are there are that I thought were key highlights are listed here. For those of you in government service or that work with government entities, you could be a systems integrator that makes things for the government. It's worth noting that Azure Government has and provides desktop services as well, including Azure Commercial. We've done a lot, again, around monitoring, and we've added in Azure Monitor for Windows Virtual Desktop. I'll show you a screenshot of that a little bit later. We're enhancing the protocol, the remote desktop protocol that's worth mentioning. We're using RDP to deliver this desktop service, but we're authenticating and publishing using Office or using Azure AD. So those clients I mentioned, the binary clients, it's not using MSTSC, it's using a specific Windows Virtual Desktop remote desktop client. And because we're using RDP as the protocol, we need to enhance RDP to meet the capabilities and requirements for organizations all over the place. So we're continuing to enhance the RDP protocol to add in things like screen capture protection, blocking people from taking screen captures over an RDP session. We're also changing the protocol, and I'll go into some more detail on this, to make RDP work better in high latency, poor networking environments. One of the big criticisms of the remote desktop protocol is that it uses TCP, so every packet is acknowledged when it's drawing someone's screen. And that can be really bad when you've got poor network behavior. So what we're doing is we're converting some of that delivery to UDP. So we'll make some of those packets that are drawing people's screens discard eligible. We'll still keep the telemetry over TCP. So those are some of the big things that we're focused on. And then also something that makes the publication of applications simpler, called MSIX App Attach. We heard a little bit earlier about this FSLogix technology that allows you to encapsulate a user profile in a binary disk file, a VHD file. MSIX App Attach lets you do the same thing, but with applications. so that you can, instead of having to pre-install all your applications into your image for Windows Virtual Desktop, you can instead use MSIX to put it in a VHD and just publish the virtual disk file to the application, to your end users, without going through the rigmarole of installing it. It's kind of a cool technology. There are also some other things that are in private preview. One is single sign-on, Start VM on Connect, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. And then some work we're doing around metadata databases for international users. The database that controls WVD, or the databases, are in the US, and the folks in Europe really want their own metadata databases, as do Canadians and folks in Southeast Asia and Asia and all over the place. So those are some of the things that are coming. So we're in the process of implementing all that. So as I mentioned, we're very much focused on security and automation. So we've worked on security and various accreditations. For example, and these are some of my favorites. For DoD customers, the Navy, the Army, the NORAD, who tracks Santa Claus. All these folks can now deploy in Azure Government and meet their DoD Impact Level 4 and 5 requirements, which is pretty amazing from a cloud-based security perspective. But that's some of the stuff I've been working on. We've also announced, from a roadmap perspective, additional WVD egress points, so that when a user, say, in South Africa or in Brazil, needs access to their desktop, they're not coming all the way back up to North America to get access to it. No. It'll actually flow out of the local region and data center, reducing latency to the end user, which is super important. And then all of the regions where you can actually deploy WVD are also listed, even those that don't necessarily have those optimization egress points. Well, they have them. You can run there as well. I mentioned the Start VM on Connect technology. We do run into, even though like 80 or 90% of what we see in WVD and Azure is that Windows 10 enterprise multi-session, multiple users running on one VM. There are a lot of use cases where customers still need to put one user per VM. And the thing about people is they go to sleep at night. So why should their computer have to keep running, right? Why should you as a customer have to pay for that? Well, what we've done is we've provided some script automation. That's what that GitHub link is, to allow you to create a portal to turn on your VM in the morning. Go get your cup of coffee. Well, first turn on your PC, go click on that link, fire up your VM in Azure, get your cup of coffee, come back, and then you're good to go. That was the first step. What we've actually got now in preview in Azure Commercial is Start VM on Connect. So the first time you go into the Windows Virtual Desktop client, for example, and I'll just show you what that looks like. If I wanted to go to my personal dedicated desktop, I could click on this, and then it would reach into the back end and start my virtual machine. That way I could schedule shutting everybody's computer down at 6 p.m., deallocate it, and not have to pay, for example, for compute all night long when nobody's looking at their computer. And then when they want access to it, they could simply click here and start it. That's kind of a neat thing that's on the roadmap that people have been asking for. But again, most users or organizations don't need that. And that's, again, because they're take advantage of the enterprise, the Windows 10 enterprise multi-session virtual machine, if that makes sense. I talked a little bit about MSIX app attach. I'm not going to bore you with this, but I've got a whole video on how it works, but it's pretty cool. The other thing that's worth noting is monitoring. So I've deployed in my environment a little ARM-based workbook that's on this link. But what we have now is Azure Monitor integrated with WVD in preview, so that you can get all the session diagnostics, user-specific reporting, and session performance data that you might need to really understand how your WVD environment's working. So that's something that's available right now in Azure Commercial in preview if you wanted to try that out. We're also focusing more on, and this is the Azure Monitor piece, so just to mention, it is in public preview, and I'll skip that. But the real big issue is really around latency, right? Ultimately, if somebody's desktop isn't local to them, the experience isn't going to be great, right? Latency lag makes people violent, makes them upset. So we are, as I mentioned, implementing this technology called RDP short path, which is kind of twofold. One, it's that transition of screen rendering and audio rendering and video rendering to leverage the UDP protocol. Also, what it's enabling is direct peer-to-peer connectivity. So the VMs in Azure will detect if there's a more efficient route than going through Microsoft's multi-tenant connection broker infrastructure to the end user. So if, for example, you have an express route connection connecting your facility or your organization directly into Azure over a high-speed, low-latency link, if that's a faster path to your end user's desktop and desktop experience, the client VM in Azure is going to detect it and leverage it. So that's something also that's in preview right now. And as you can see, there's a documentation link at the bottom there. And then, of course, also screen capture protection. So this is a technology that should block people's ability to take screen captures. Nothing's going to as effectively block, say, somebody using their camera phone to take a picture of their screen. That's hard. But the other thing that we're implementing as part of this a little bit later is also watermarking, so that if somebody does take a picture, there will be a digital watermark that could be implemented. And these are the sorts of things that you'll be able to implement in the coming weeks and months. And then also VM auto-scaling. Being able to automatically turn on all your compute capacity Monday morning to meet the needs of your organization and then shut it down Friday afternoon so you don't have to pay for it, that's wonderful. And that's something that you want to be able to use whether you're using single VMs or those Windows 10 Enterprise multi-session VMs. Microsoft has provided an auto-scaling script that's out in GitHub that you can customize, but that's a little laborious. A lot of customers I work with end up using a third party, say like Nerdio, or Citrix Cloud or Horizon Cloud or NetApp BDS, formerly CloudJumper, to provide that type of auto-scaling and cost optimization. Microsoft, instead of just providing the script that's been out there for a while, we're actually building it right into the portal. And that's something you're also going to see in the coming months available, so that you don't necessarily need to leverage a third party to get those kind of cost optimizations. Those third parties still provide an awful lot of value. Happy to talk to you about why folks would use some of these third-party tools later if you'd like, but or just reach out to me. So with that, that's about it. I do want to mention that there's an awful lot of optimizations out there and available too from a roadmap perspective, and Microsoft's continuing to automate the configuration management and security compliance pieces. And this is just an example on the government side. There's a Defense Department organization that has these security templates that need to be applied to every computer that DoD customers use. And this is just an example of how Microsoft employee Sean Gibbs went and automated this STIG implementation process so that not only do VMs come out of the gate properly configured, but they'll continue to snap to that configuration over and over again to avoid drift. And also using Azure Monitor, he can actually track all of that as well. So with that, hopefully I blasted through the roadmap. If there are any questions about the roadmap, I'm happy to jump in and answer them. If anybody wants to come off mute. Or if you just want to type something in the chat. So. Okay, well then with that, Stanford, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks, John. Pretty exciting. I really appreciate it jumping in here. Okay, we're going to get into our third session here. Okay, everybody can see my screen. So we're going to go ahead and get into the third session in this one, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So This one is really supposed to start at 10:45, but I think we've been kind of rolling through there, and we're probably, because we haven't been taking many questions here. So I don't know if maybe we want to do a round of questions here and kind of catch everybody up. I haven't been looking at the chat, but I know Dan Fluid and Pete Blakovich, if you guys are on. You guys want to take a few questions now, or should we just wait to the lab to get to that?
Hey, Stan, so far we've answered the questions that have come in, but I'm not sure if anybody has any additional questions that they wanted to pop in the chat, or even they could unmute themselves and ask away.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll just give a couple minutes to see if someone has a burning question they want to ask. Just unmute yourself and we'll see if we can cover that.
I have a quick question.
Okay. Hi.
Oh, you hear me. This is David from Seagull. I missed the first 5-10 minutes of, maybe you covered it. I guess my question is that what kind of a use case we have for this technology in a medium size environment? I mean, this is a very cool technology, and definitely it comes very handy. Is this technology something that is going to, I guess, perceived as overtaking the existing technology as far as users being able to compute remotely on a let's say a VM from Citrix or other technologies? Is it just a very quick use case type of a environment?
I'm happy to jump in on that, because what we've seen in the pandemic in particular is a lot of customers swapped over to Windows Virtual Desktop over doing things like increasing VPN capacity, because they didn't want to buy a whole bunch of compute for VPN infrastructure that they thought they were going to turn off in a year, right? So this allowed them to provide remote application access out of Azure to their existing corporate network for either individual apps or desktops, right? So, like, for example, and I'll share my desk again. What we've seen is, and I'll get back to the Citrix question, because that's a great one as well. What we've seen is there have been a lot of people who've really talked about publishing full desktops, like the shared pool desktop. The challenge has been that there are folks at home using their own device, whether it's an iPad or whatever, and they don't want a full desktop experience on their own device. They just need to get to the app they need to get to, right? So if I can publish an individual application, right, whether it's something like Internet Explorer, which was one of the first apps I worked with an agency to publish out, because they had, for example, a timekeeping app that was only compatible with Internet Explorer, and they never went and refactored it. So by virtue of publishing a VM and merely publishing an Internet Explorer app out through this interface, they could take advantage of their existing Azure Active Directory, because the user just logs into this infrastructure using their AAD credential for Office 365, which your security team probably has already approved, and then I can publish these individual apps out to those users, right? So I don't have to add VPN capacity and then go talk to my user and write a guideline on how they should install and configure their VPN. All I have to do is give them, say, this client and install it, or even easier, right, from a use case perspective, I can just give them a URL, like, and this is going to Azure Government. This is the well-known URL to pop me into those same apps, right? So I could publish this through the Office 365 portal, right? And then when a user needs to get into, the same app I just showed you, their logon experience is double-click on it, and I can control this via policy, right? I can double-click on it. It's going to ask me to authenticate again, because this is the first authentication that I didn't show you because it's cached, is my Azure Active Directory credential, my Office ID. This is my Active Directory credential because now I'm logging into a VM on the back end. And now I'm popping open, well, this user already had a session open with a web browser, but it's popping open the app that I requested and then bringing back any existing sessions that I already had on that VM pool, right? And this is that's all happening in a browser, right? So as a use case perspective, we've seen it be a great replacement to or augment VPN capacity that people didn't want to deal with, or VDI capacity because people didn't have the capacity on premises to vastly increase their VDI infrastructure, because typically when you put in a VDI infrastructure, right, you've got to scale storage because you're centralizing all those IOPS, right? You've got to scale compute, and then you've got to scale access. If I can do all that in Azure on demand, that saves me a lot of hassle, and it also means I don't have to put a capital appropriation request through, right? So that's what I've seen from a use case perspective. I'll also, and you asked if what about this replacing, say, Citrix? Well, I think what we've seen is that we've got in Azure a good chunk of the Windows Virtual Desktop deployments that are happening are using our technology, our native protocol, RDP. And then we've also got a lot that are leveraging Citrix or VMware. And they're doing that because those organizations already, their administrators like the tooling that Citrix and VMware provide. And if they do it into Azure, they get those scale benefits, and they can still use the protocol, like Citrix has ICA and VMware has Blast and PC over IP, which means that if they've got an investment in thin clients that are only licensed for those protocols, they can keep using it, but they get the license benefit of using Windows 10 Enterprise Multi-Session, and they get the scale benefit. And just to make that point, here's a VMware slide, right, where essentially makes the point that the Windows Virtual Desktop native technology and your licensing allows you to use Windows 10 Enterprise Multi-Session. And if you were to use Horizon or Citrix, you could do the same thing, right? You get the same benefit because the benefit is derived from your licensing and the fact that you're deploying in Azure, right? So you also then get access to that profile management technology, FS Logics, and the RDP protocol if you want to publish some apps like the way we just showed. Or if you want to use, Blast or PC over IP or ICA from Citrix, you can take advantage of that and still use things like app volumes if you're interested. And then the cost here is a washout very often because they have great advanced power management. They're going to manage those VMs power states for you, and that's where you're going to save money. So it ends up being a benefit to you to leverage these technologies if you have them and do it in Azure, because it's kind of like peanut butter and chocolate. They're better together. But if you don't have them and you don't need what they have, you can just go back and use our Windows Virtual Desktop technology, maybe use a less expensive third party to meet whatever limited incremental requirements you have, or don't use a third party. Just use our stuff.
And using the resources on premise, being able to, for the applications that actually connects to the on-premise resources, there is a question of a latency and being able to connect in a correct speed. Is there anything out there that is going to kind of resolve that issue?
Well, we are looking to change the speed of light. We haven't been. No, I'm just kidding. The challenge, right, is it's in networking, right, and the speed of light's a real thing. So getting the VMs in Azure to connect as quickly as possible to workloads that are running back on premises, the most effective way to reduce that latency is using an express route connection, right? Rather than a site-to-site VPN, which will introduce latency because of all of the, the compute associated with it. Leveraging an express route connection, which would be a direct connection between your network and Azure, is what we see most customers deploying at scale leveraging. An express route it's a pretty typical type of connection for enterprise Azure organizations or users. Alternatively, right, if you can't make it to the mountain, right, why not bring the mountain to Azure, right? Data proximity can be addressed depending on the workload using Azure native services. For example, departmental shares are something I run into all the time, right? Generally, user data will be pushed up to OneDrive, right? It's great to put all of your user data in OneDrive and get rid of your end user shares, but department shares are a challenge because customers have an investment in ACLs, right, on those shares, and those don't necessarily translate as easily to OneDrive or SharePoint, right? That's a little more complicated. So if you were to, say, implement Azure File Sync, right, on a traditional Windows file server, you install an agent on it, replicate it to an Azure file share, you can access it then, those departmental shares in Azure, and have almost no latency, right? So there are a lot of organizations are embracing Azure File Sync or similar synchronization technology for their file shares to address data proximity, and finding that it also resolves some other issues for them, like the threat of CryptoLocker, right? So if I've got it all replicated to Azure and I'm taking snapshots in Azure, in the event that somebody CryptoLockers my on-premises file server, suddenly I can recover from an Azure-based snapshot and then drizzle the file hierarchy back down, providing essentially file server dial tone, right? In a matter of minutes or hours, where it would have taken me days to restore terabytes of data from tape on-prem traditionally. So I don't know if that answers the question. I'm talking pretty fast.
No, definitely. Thank you so much.
Yep, cool.
Yeah, thanks, John. All right, I guess if anybody has any other questions, I'll give another minute for that, and then we can get into the third session.
Hey, Stan, I'm not sure if John had answered this one, but we do have another one that says how are profile corruption handled with FS Logics?
Well, we could talk about that. They don't corrupt as frequently. I'll just say that, but I could tell you how I deal with it. If I run into a profile issue, and I'll just show you real quick in the Azure portal. One of the neat things about the FS Logic stuff is as we mentioned, we talked about storage, but it doesn't make sense maybe till you see it. What I've got configured here is my Azure government portal. And what I've created is a storage account called, where is it? GBB profiles, right? And so what I've done here is this file share is joined to my Active Directory domain, right? Which is crazy talk, right? Because it's a Azure V2 storage account. And what I've done in my storage account, and storage in Azure is kind of cool because I can create blob containers, file shares, queues, and tables. But all I did was create file shares. The file share that I created, I called FS Logics. And what FS Logics does, as we mentioned, is it redirects all of the profile data to a virtual disk file, a VHD file that can be rapidly mounted and unmounted. In this case, right, my user, WVD user, has a folder that was created the first time they logged in. That's the way I've set it up is based on their SID and their user ID. The user never sees this, by the way. And then it created that VHD file for the user, which is now a whopping 11 gigs, right? It's full of their Teams, OneDrive, all that other stuff. If this file were to get corrupted, I could blow it away and then just recover it from a snapshot, right? So I could restore the file from a daily snapshot that I have of that file. I haven't had or run into a lot of profile corruption issues with FS Logics, but they do happen from time to time. But the great thing about running on Azure files or running on Azure NetApp files, which I also have configured here, is that I have snapshots available to me, right? So for example, for NetApp, which also provides a file capacity and an Active Directory join. So in this case, I've joined to the exact same domain, my NetApp volumes, right? And I've created an FS Logic share here. And I've also created a daily snapshot schedule. So I have daily snapshots of all those files, and I can recover them. The recovery process, I could do it a little bit differently with NetApp, in that for those of you who haven't used it, there's a hidden directory in every directory for NetApp. And when you access it from Windows, you just map a drive and you do a CD and a tilde and the word snapshot. And you can see all of the snapshot history. So if I'm an administrator, I would just go to the share and then copy an old copy of the profile over the top of the current profile. It's that simple. Great questions.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thanks, John. It does look like we have maybe two more from Wade. The first one is, any news on when the app attached for Windows Virtual Desktop via PowerShell will become GA instead of public preview?
Boy, that's a great question, and I apologize for not knowing the answer, simply because App Attach isn't in Azure Gov, and I live in the 90s. So I'm living about 3 to 6 months behind what's in commercial. I did see that App Attach is now in public preview and available in the portal. I would imagine that the PowerShell should be available soon. I just don't know exactly when. The next question, can we make the snapshots be differential backups? That's a great question. The snapshots both on Azure files and Azure NetApp files are essentially differentials. So what they're doing is, for NetApp in particular, it uses kind of Berkeley, a BSD-based operating system, and something called the Waffle file system, Write Anywhere file system. When they do a backup or a snapshot, it's actually just snapping the inode table and keeping track of changed blocks in between. So anytime you write a file and you write changed blocks, it's essentially just keeping the changes. So if you have a low churn rate, say 20%, your backups are 20% incremental data that are retained. And when you blow away the snapshots, depending on your snapshot retention, it essentially frees up the old blocks if they've been changed blocks, if that makes sense. And Azure Files is very similar, because even though it looks like a file share, Azure Files is based on Azure Blob Storage with just a file front end. So it's doing a very similar type snapshot rather than backup. So I shouldn't say they're backed up, they're snapshotted. So. And in either case, you've got about 200 snapshots plus or minus that you can manage to. So daily snapshots you might keep maybe for 90 days and then keep a weekly or monthly after that. So cool.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, John.
Yeah.
Living in the 90s, I heard the Paul Abdul CD just came out. So.
Cool. I'm a Duran Duran guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Any more? Probably got time for another one. Is anything else queued up there, Gina? Or we'll go ahead and...
It looks like we have everything covered for now.
All right, perfect. Okay. We're sharing. All right, here we go. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the architecture again, the prerequisites as you start to plan. We typically like to talk about the cloud adoption framework for Azure when we're talking about the prerequisites, because planning, strategy, readiness planning, all those different things come into play when you're thinking about these type of cloud technologies. So this is the overall structure of the cloud adoption framework, or we call it CAF for short. And it's not a linear process, and in reality it follows a cycle and repeats itself as the cloud adoption evolves. So starting with defining a strategy, I mean, here's the time to really understand what the stakeholders' motivations are, define the business outcomes, So this kind of sets the stage of what you're trying to achieve as an organization as you start to build out that vision for a technology like WVD. Obviously, you want to go into it with a plan. So next, building a plan, and this is kind of where the initial organization alignment, you figure out, rationalize maybe your digital estate, develop a skills readiness plan. What kind of skills are you going to need for different pieces of this plan, whether you do it in-house or you bring in a partner such as Tallan, and then formalize your overall cloud adoption plan. And so, you know, it starts with the plan, and then from there we get through the ready and adoption phase. Now, just kind of mentioning here, you see the dotted line going around the plan, the ready and adopt. And what that really is demonstrating is this is a very iterative process. So as you build out your enterprise cloud, you want to go through this, you know, do it in bite-sized chunks, if you will. You want to plan it, ready it, you know, you want to set up the landing zone, for example. Do you want to set up that site-to-site, or do you need express route to connect your on-prem to the cloud? And then get into the adoption where you actually perform the migration. You figure out that workload, you create that WVD instance, the tenant, make sure all that's set up, and then expand it from there. So this is really expanding, start out, you know, a very structured plan, and then start iterating through that process. Now, we also, though, need to thinking about, you know, how do we institutionalize this as we're moving towards the cloud, and that really, revolves around the governance aspect of it, right? What's your methodology? What's your benchmark for the initial best practice? Your governance maturity. And again, this can be an iterative sort of process as well as you implement tagging strategies. How do you tag and charge back to different business units, right? Those type of things can be implemented. And then going into the manage or the business commitments, the operations, the baseline, maturing that out, the operations as it sort of goes through it. So pretty high level slide, but I think it's important to build that strategy in the plan. But kind of digging into it a little bit, here are the prerequisites you'll need to deploy the Windows Virtual Desktop. Obviously, you need an Azure subscription, and then you can deploy virtual machines, network resources. This is kind of like the landing zone, if you will, as you start to build and migrate these things up. And then you would typically need to spin up a VM around that. Azure Active Directory, if you're using Office 365, as John mentioned, or Intune or some other Microsoft Cloud service, it means you probably already have that, right? If not, we'll need to set up AAD. And then determine your inventory or your identity strategy. An identity meaning Active Directory, right? And so we'll talk about more of this in the next few slides. But from there, all associated Azure resources typically would be deployed in the same region, although it's not a requirement, but it may be helpful at least out of the gate. And then required credentials, and we actually have a dedicated slide for that. For example, a domain join credentials that's going to be performing that task. I also wanted to include, since we're talking about design and the architecture, I wanted to include just kind of a reference start. This is straight from the Microsoft site. This is a typical reference architecture. And you can see on the left, you have the cloud in terms of, or the on-premise network. So this could be your existing organization, your existing on-prem data center, for example. And over here we have Azure. And obviously you'll need to connect, whether it's an express route or site-to-site VPN, for example, connecting that out to a gateway subnet. And here's where you would set up your VNets and start to set up your network to connect into those desktops. We've got obviously an Active Directory subnet for that, where we have a Active Directory domain services or in that availability set. Network security group here, and then we, potentially could have desktops that VNet peered back into this subnet for AD. So just a quick sort of overview of how this could potentially, at least a starting point from a web access, gateway, broker, the diagnostics, and dealing with that storage accounts. And Azure provides a virtualization infrastructure as a managed service. So taking a deeper look at what that is, it's what's managed by you versus Microsoft, right? So you can tell most of the heavy lifting is done. It's done by Microsoft, which is, really nice. And so now you can just focus on creating the robust virtualization environment that is the right size for the right group of people that fits your user base, right? So you can focus on that. But just because most of this is now managed by Microsoft Azure doesn't mean you really, doesn't mean you can't connect to them from your on premises. So you can connect using a VPN, usually site-to-site or express route. The user authentication is provided by the Azure Active Directory. As mentioned, if you have the on-premise Active Directory, there's definitely, we'll probably sync that from Azure back to your Active Directory on-prem. It also integrates with SCCM and Intune as well. And so finally, other devices are supported running non-Windows operating systems with Linux Thin Client SDK and other tools. Just looking at kind of the user connection flow, and this is really something that's nice about the architecture and what Microsoft is providing with this Windows Virtual Desktop solution. The agents within the VM interact with the WVD managed service that it's active, right? And so going through each step, the user launches an RD client, which connects to the Azure AD. The user signs in, and then that token it returns back. So now we've got access to our resource. Then the RD client presents a token to web access, and step number 2, brokers queries database to determine a resource authorized for the user. And then step 3, the user selects what resource, as John showed, maybe it's an application, maybe it's a desktop, a full desktop, kind of going through that. Select which resource you want to connect to, and then the RD client connects to the gateway. And then the broker orchestrates a connection from host agent to the gateway. And so, it's RDB traffic, now flows between the RD client and the session host VM over the connections 3 and 4. So a pretty robust but simplified application in terms of the way it's architected and the way a user is connected. I wanted to briefly talk about we work today with the quote-unquote GA object model, general available, or the ARM, which is, really the difference here between this and the classic or the legacy solution that Microsoft provided. The ARM, or the Azure Resource Manager, is the current approach. Early versions of the WBD used the classic object model, and it required a little bit of PowerShell and some Azure Portal, but it wasn't fully integrated into the Resource Manager yet. And so today it is. So what's available here on the left, you can manage it and do it from a resource manager or a logical grouping of those resources. And that's especially helpful if you have, many resources that you need to operate and manage on. Definitely the difference between these two, both hierarchical in sort of nature. You've got the tenant group, you've got the tenant, the host pool, and then the session hosts and the app groups. And the app group is essentially a collection of the apps that you want to provide to assigned users. Okay, just talking about a little bit storage options in WVD, and John talked some of this and kind of gave you a tour of some of this, but the classic VDI VM is a typical file share. It's a VM data disk, and this is where you have storage. When you move into the cloud, you want to ensure that you have the same resiliency and redundancy that you would with a standard file share, right? A VM with FS logic profile, I guess you could think of it as FSX logic acts, or FS logics acts as the file share, and it can use data disks. And then with Azure, these disks are resilient and will have the same SLAs that Azure provides for other resources. A VM with FS logics profile and Azure files, that's really figuring out how to leverage FS Logic to make the solution even easier and integrate into all the services Azure has to offer. The Azure files are no longer needed in this scenario with VMs with disk in order to have the file share. Instead, it connects to the Azure files managed service by Azure and has all the profile data contained here. And we'll actually see this in our lab today. We're going to use FS Logics, and you'll see, and the lab will actually sort of point that out as we walk through it when you configure this and how FS Logic is sort of managing the profiles. So a couple things to note that FS Logic profile for the container solution, the profile is stored, as mentioned, in a VHD or VHDX. It provides the same approach used by UPD. It's mounted at login using block transfer, so it's faster login and no target storage requirement, which makes it more performant and more resilient. The size of the profile doesn't impact log-on time. A VHD equals basically a block transfer. Those block transfer decreases a network utilization. The caching for the Windows Cache Manager and a profile container redirects everything from the user profile. There's also a filter driver that causes the profile to appear local, which is nice. And so that's where the system thinks internal. It's key for apps that want to, that want system and local drives to work. And, just kind of different screens here, the remote desktop. John kind of showed this a little bit in terms of, he had much more apps. So this slide is something that he already kind of presented sort of real time. I wanted to talk a little bit about best practices in our next segment here. So, as you go through Windows Virtual Desktop, the sizing setup in Azure for multi-sessions, there are recommendations as a starting point, and based on the number of users per vCPU and the minimum VM configuration for each workload, it makes it necessary for the VM selection. And so the selections found here are based on remote desktop workloads. And so I showed you on the pricing calculator, they have the workload type as a light, medium, heavy, and power. Here it kind of walks you through for a light, you would have a maximum user per vCPU of 6 with 2 vCPUs, 8 RAM, 6 gigabyte of storage. And then they give you sort of an example of that Azure instance, which is a D series or D2S v3 or F2S v2, and then a profile container storage minimum. So this is a pretty good guide and guidance for the recommendation on the multi-session aspect of it. The single session is a little different for the personal desktop recommendations. In that scenario, the workloads, the apps deployed, and user type are really the primary drivers for sizing it right. The VM sizing for single session VMs will likely align with the physical device guidelines typically. Here, you know, they mentioned that sizing largely depends on the workload, and there's at least 2 physical CPU cores per VM, or typically 4 vCPUs with hyper-threading. So again, some guidance, a little different for single session, which just means a single user versus multi-session, which is multiple users for that host session. So relying, you know, talking about security in terms of, you know, again, relying on a multi-layered security controls. Security is the top of the mind, and so you can rely on, for Azure, for a lot of that, be it custom hardware or security controls integrated into hardware and firmware components. Kind of left to right here, the security management, it's important to assess the security state continuously, right? Especially as cloud workloads change dynamically. So it's not one of those things to get, you know, set it and forget it, right, in today's world. And then, you know, Azure Security Center will help you monitor the security state of Azure resources and hybrid workloads. It will provide a dynamic security scorecard and recommendations to improve your security in a centralized console. And so that way it kind of makes it easier to manage and gives you, you know, easy access to what's going on from a single console there. And then you get the advanced threat protection across many services like, you know, the virtual machines, the servers, the apps, Azure SQL, the storage, containers on VMs. You know, all that's backed by Microsoft Intelligent Graph, and you're able to detect and respond to threats quickly across these services, which, you know, is very helpful when you get into a situation. And, you know, the idea is really to prevent that. And so for threat protection, you can secure your entire organization from threats with a SIEM like Azure Sentinel. And that's a cloud-native SIEM or a security information and events management system that scales to your needs and can be accessed from anywhere. So this is a broader enterprise product from Microsoft. It's based on Azure, and it works by pulling in. You typically would pull in filtered log files, right? You don't want to pull in every single thing, but you figure out and curate what type of log files you want to track within Sentinel, and then you can start to curate and build queries based off of that to help manage and protect yourself and your organization, protect your data and your data assets. Microsoft's identity and access management tools, that really enables you to take an identity-based approach to security and establish a truly conditional access policies, right? From an app and data security perspective, it helps you protect your apps and your data as it moves around, both inside and outside your organization. In terms of network security, you establish a secure connections to and within Azure using VNets or virtual networks and network security groups or NSGs, as well as VPN and an express route, right? You want to protect and ensure the availability of your apps, protect against network layer threats with services like Web Application Firewall and Azure Firewall. And then finally, you could probably take advantage of extended security updates and integrate with third-party solutions. There are solutions that you can use to get further enhanced protection for your Azure and your hybrid workloads pretty quickly. So multi-layered covers it from different aspects, from security management all the way down to the network security. So let's, I guess, briefly go over the network requirements for this. So a network must route to a Windows Server Active Directory. In other words, let's make sure that the VNet used during the configuration can resolve to the domain or the users, right? And so this Active Directory must be in sync with the Azure Active Directory so users can be associated between the two. And then the VMs must domain join to that Active Directory, so they got to be able to connect and resolve the users back to that to that domain. And so, by the way, in the lab later, for the purposes of simplicity, we're not setting up domain controllers or anything like that. We're actually going to be using the Azure Active Directory domain services. So kind of the work it's already been set up. The VNets have been set up. The access will be creating users. Your user account has already been set up and is domain joined, is a domain join account admin. So this has already been done for us. So we can get right to, when we get to the lab, we can actually dive right into the WVD aspect of it. There's also 3 ways to connect. Express route, which is a dedicated network through a service provider. It's typically hybrid from Azure to on-prem. Another hybrid from Azure to on-prem is site-to-site VPN. And that's limited bandwidth compared to the express route, but it's pretty typical connectivity network. And like I said, that's also a hybrid from Azure to the on-prem. And then you have the Azure AD domain services, and that's actually what we're using in the lab, and that must synchronize password hashes to Azure AD. It's isolated in nature for this, for the connectivity type. Okay, a little bit about patch management. A couple key takeaways here. We want to use one host pool as a pilot group before updating all host pools. So this is some of the best practices coming out. All VMs must be at the same update level after maintenance window is completed. We also want to update the VMs with an existing Azure management solution and all the VMs in a host pool. And then use things like SCCM to manage your image. And then updates can be staged in a maintenance window to keep the systems available after logon. And one of the things in the lab is we actually go through a Windows update. That part we may make optional depending on time, but it's pretty straightforward. It just takes a little bit of the time away from the lab. So as I go through that, it's not a it's just a typical update. So we'll see how the time goes for that, but I think these are some of the key takeaways for today's discussion. So for profile management in containers. The user profile is placed in a VHD container that is stored in a central location on the network, and John showed you a couple examples of that. The VHD is dynamically attached at user login, and then the content appears to be in its native location, which is key. So some of the benefits of that is, obviously we want to make it fast, right? Speed of light would be awesome, but I guess that's something to work towards. Helps to eliminate profile corruption, uses a native Windows VHD, and easy to deploy and manage, as well as it's a seamless end user experience. And from a cloud cache perspective, taking it one step further, the cloud cache can absorb reads and optimize writes into a cost-effective payload, adds a local cache component, and then the applications communicate with the local cache, and the cache connects with the remote container. And so that connection to the remote container is interrupted. The apps will still work, which is nice because it's connected to the cache version of that. If the interruption is short or the data that isn't in the cache is requested during the outage, then everything behaves as normally. And then when the connection comes back online, the system reconnects and resyncs if anything's changed. Okay, master image management. In this slide, just kind of wanted to cover a couple things right here because you can create, your own master image to be utilized by WVD. The master image can be managed by an already existing process or technologies if you already have that today. Azure Update Management, SCCM, or any kind of third-party solution. You want to get a best practices document that helps to configure a golden image for WVD. And then the application masking technology helps to minimize the number of golden images to simplify the app image management as well. And our last slide, host management and some things to remember. The current host management processes will continue. The admins will need to keep the methodology updated in the cloud. Still required is the master image management, the OS patching, the updates, and some of the application updates. But as I mentioned, still far less that you have to manage as compared to sort of legacy technologies that are out there today, which makes it really nice. Okay, so that's our slide deck. That's really our final slide deck solution that we want to go through. So let me pause there and we'll go back to questions. We've got some time for some questions. So Gina, do we have any queued up here? Let's see. Okay, got a couple answered here. Thanks, John. All right, looks like we're all set. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do is, Gina, I'm probably going to share my screen for the lab just to kind of get that primed up, just to kind of show what we're doing here. So let me do that. Okay. So Gina, in terms of the links that everyone is, have they registered and getting ready for the lab here? Has everybody got a link and going through the registration process?
They don't have the link yet. That is something that I will pop in the chat right now.
Okay.
And then we can get started on that.
Okay. Let's do that. And then we'll kind of get this thing primed up because it takes about an hour to spin up the lab. So once we give everybody a chance to register and kind of go through that process, this will be the screen that you see next once you enter in your name, your company, and a couple other pieces of information from that link provided. Yeah, perfect.
Do we need a specific browser for this link? Because for some reason it's not connecting.
I don't think so. I think I've used Edge, but I'm sure Chrome or...
I know we've had problems with past events with a certain browser, but I don't remember which one. It might have been Safari. I think it does work in Google Chrome too.
It's working for me in Google Chrome.
Okay, perfect.
Cool, thanks.
Actually, it works with Safari.
Wow.
Even better.
So far, anyway, right? Okay. Give everybody a couple minutes here.
And this lab is active for how long? Is it just for today, or can we continue?
Once you log in, it's got basically 8 hours
No.
that it starts counting down. Don't let the countdown scare you. I mean, for me, I think it took, I think I did it in about half the time.
Okay, thanks.
So you should have plenty of time. But I will warn you, it won't pause. So once you log in and launch this, you just got to be ready to go through it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and as you guys work through that, register, you should be on this page. Go ahead and click the Launch Lab button.
Excuse me, did you say there is an activation code available?
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's activate all caps 11800. Yep, thank you, Gina. Oh, I guess they spun mine out a little quicker here. Okay. 8 hours will fly by when you have fun. It really does. Okay. Just kind of, is everybody's kind of spinning up, and does it look like it takes about an hour?
Hey, Stan, it looks like they are ready immediately.
Oh, well,
Which stinks that we can't pause them.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll make it work.
Yeah, well, I say, we can get going on it. I mean, we're definitely ahead of schedule, but I guess ahead of schedule is good. I could give people back their time towards the end of the day, or we can have more, more deeper conversations and questions. So I'm open to whatever format, but well, that's great. So I'll go ahead and the way I want to do this is I kind of want to walk through this, and you can go at your own pace, or you can follow me click by click, however you want to do it. I really like the format of this lab. It has your lab guide, which is this tab right here, and you can see there, looks like 11 sort of steps here as we go through this. what's really cool is it also has a tab for environment details. And these are things like the username and password that you're going to need. So a quick tip is you'll be going through it and it says, hey, put your username and password. You can easily just kind of go to the virtual machine or RDP is not running. Please verify the status. Virtual machines. I think you can start the virtual machine if there's a tab right here. You might have to start that.
I have tried that from Chrome and Edge, and it still doesn't run. The time is counting down, but the machine is not spinning. And the button is just like yours. It's great, as running.
Yeah. Well, this is the machine. This is the are you seeing this part, the VM?
Nope. I put in the chat the error message I'm getting. And I think other people are getting it too.
Okay. Okay. Let me, there is a support channel that I have access to.
Hey, Stan, I can hop into the support channel for you if you wanted to keep going, or we could wait until everybody's ready and then continue.
Yeah, I mean, let's at least take a shot to see if we can get everyone, since everyone is having the same issue. I think if we just take a minute and try to resolve that, I think that would be good.
What are we supposed to see? VM running under a status?
Yes.
I'm seeing that.
You are? Okay.
Yeah.
And do you see the VM actually to the left here?
Yep.
Okay. Sounds like you're good. Was that David?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sounds like you're good then. So just need to get everybody else. Yeah, you can see here uptime, 5 minutes. It's running. So Gina, are you asking that or?
Yes, I am. I haven't heard back yet.
Okay. Yeah, so
I'm using a different laptop and it's working on a second laptop, so I'm okay.
okay. All right, looks like support is working on it right now. We'll give them normally they're pretty quick, so we'll give them a couple minutes and just see if we can get everybody on the same page before we proceed. So just kind of going through the lab again, once you have that set up, you're going to have the actual VM. You can interact with it. This already has, once we open up, you've got a link for the Azure portal. So you can open that up and you'll primarily be working through that browser instance. So the Azure portal is all set up. All right, they got some feedback here. Try accessing the environment in a private window and enable cookies on the browser if user system is connected to any VPN, please disconnect it. Or any of you that's having that issue connected to a VPN?
I am connected to VPN. Yeah.
It's always the VPN, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. let me, and then it says a private window and enable cookies.
Time to move to Windows Virtual Desktop.
We didn't plan this. Okay. So just more overview here. Azure credentials. This might be the same. I didn't use this, so I'll just kind of keep this note here. Browser Azure. So again, as we're going through the lab, it's going to be asking you for login information. It's pretty nice to be able to click on the Environment Details tab, and you can literally just click on this little icon here to copy that, and then you can paste it in to wherever it's asking for a username, and you can do that again for the password. What's also cool is they also give you other information here that you can copy as you go through it. So for example, the storage account name, this is the FS Logics. So, you know, you kind of have all of that information available. So just kind of tab back and forth here as you're going through it. I like to keep this window open as I'm going through it. Okay, just kind of catching up on the questions here. Okay, did that work for the folks that are having the issue? Where? Okay. You guys that were having that issue, did that resolve it?
Yeah, for me, I'm just gonna switch to a personal machine instead of my business machine.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we can get started here then. We'll kind of go through it. Again, you know, obviously you can go at your own pace. I'm going to kind of show you. Now, for the most part, it's very intuitive. There's a couple things that was a little different in the guide than what I saw in the actual, for example, the Azure portal, and I'll point some of those things out. So a couple little gotchas, but for the most part, it's pretty much spot on. All right, Rashawn, I still see the message in Chrome private tab. Okay. All right, Gene's going to continue to work on that and try to get you guys taken care of here. The support channel on Teams, we've got a live connection with these guys, so we're just kind of back and forth with them. So if you have any issues, just kind of put it here in chat like you're doing. Okay. Let's go ahead and get going. So a quick overview of here's what you're going to do when you run the Windows Virtual Desktop on Azure. We're going to set up a multi-session Windows 10 deployment that delivers a full Windows 10 with scalability. We're going to virtualize some of the Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise and optimize it to run. I wanted to mention the general hierarchy of how this is architected. I mentioned we have the host pools, which are a collection of one or more identical virtual machines. We talked about the personal versus pooled. We're primarily going to be working with pooled here. The application groups, this is, again, sort of a logical grouping of those apps that you want to push out to your users. You'll have a default one, when you first go through it, you're going to have a desktop where, you know, you'll have full desktop access. Okay. Then the lab outline, here's the different exercises that we're going to go through. Again, there are basically 8 exercises. So let's kind of just walk through those. We're going to create a host pool from the Azure portal. Then we're going to create an application groups and assign to users. We'll access the published applications and desktop using a browser. And we'll access the public applications and desktop using the desktop client, a setup FS logics, monitoring using log analytics, which is kind of cool because, you know, you want to make sure you get information about how things are going for the virtual desktop. Load balancing methods. We talked about the breadth versus depth first and how you distribute users. And then create a master image for the WVD. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. So prerequisites to deploy. Again, we're going to be using the Azure Active Directory domain services. That way we don't have to go through and set up domain controllers, set up a VNet, have connectivity back into that domain. This is really going to simplify that process. We'll also have Windows Active Directory. And so in this lab, we've used AADDS and it's been pre-provisioned. And so the domain name will be a suffix of your lab user account. So that's going to be essentially your username. And then when you provision the ADDS, it creates a group name for the administrators. Okay, so getting right into exercise 1, we're going to create a host pool from an Azure portal. So again, that host pool is a collection of Azure virtual machines. So let's go ahead and dive right into that. Once you launch the tab, a virtual machine is on the left. This kind of walks you through what I just kind of explained, where you've got your lab guide and your lab environment variables. We're going to log into the Azure portal. So look right here at the Azure shortcut. We'll go ahead and open that up. And that's going to be a shortcut to the Azure portal. Now, we're going to sign in with our username. And that's going to be the same one here, but again, I'm flipping back and forth between the lab guide and the user details. I can just copy that, paste that in there, Control V. I can enter the password. That in there. And sure. Okay, now we've logged into the portal with those credentials. Let's see. Okay, now we've caught up. Now, under the Azure portal, there's a resource groups. So if we go to that, that's basically right here. You'll see a list of resource groups. The WVD-resource group, or RG, is the one we want. So we want to go ahead and open that. Now we're going to create a host pool. So on the Azure portal, we want to search for Windows Virtual Desktop. And the easiest way to really navigate, if you're not used to the portal, is just really when you need a different resource, just come up to the search and start typing it in. You can see that it gives you a match. We can click that And then from there, you'll see that we're ready to start creating a Windows Virtual Desktop, and we're ready to create a host pool. If we look at the host pools on the left blade here under the Manage blade, and then we can click the Add. Now this is one of the things that the inconsistencies that you'll see, and I'll point out. Sometimes it says Add, and the portal says plus Create. So there must have been an update, and I'm sure it's hard to keep up sometimes with the Microsoft portal here. I'm sure they're rewriting this and constantly for the lab. But this is your add. So we'll go ahead. We're on host pools. We're going to go ahead and click Create, not Add. And then subscription, we're going to choose the default description. So we're not changing that. The resource group is going to be that WVD-RG. And then the host pool name is going to be WVD, and I'm just going to copy that, put it right here. We'll go ahead and keep it East US, validate environment, no. Okay, here's the part that I was explaining about the host pool type. In this scenario, we're going to do pooled. Remember, the personal is one user. It's typically for a heavier load. So for this one, we're going to want pooled. We want a max session limit of 5. And again, here's the load balancing that I talked about, breadth first or depth first. Breadth, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you had 2, it's going to put the first user in 1. When the next user logs in, it's going to put that person in the next host session or in the next, yeah. So if we have 2, for example, it's going to split them up 1 and 1. So it's always querying to figure out who has the less users, and it basically puts that user in it. Whereas depth first, that's going to be saturating 1 first before it moves to the next. Does that kind of make sense? Okay. So we want breadth first, then click Next, virtual machines.
Would you be able to add additional session limit later on the fly?
Say that again?
Right now we selected max session limit 5. Can we come back to it after we created the pool and bump it to 6 or 7?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's in the lab, but I'll check back on that one. Okay, let's see. So we went next. We're adding virtual machines. I'm going to say no or yes, actually. Now this is where you provide the virtual machine that you want to use, okay? So we're going to have a resource group, again, WVD-RG. You also want a name prefix. And so for each VM that it provisions, this prefix will be there, and it'll be like a -01, -02, etc. So it's a way to sort of track that. And then your virtual machine location is east, image type gallery, right? And so this could be it's gallery or storage blob image. We can select the image, which is the Windows Enterprise Multi-Session version 1909 plus Microsoft 365 apps. If you don't select this one, then your VM won't have the 365 apps. And then there's a link here if there's more apps, more images that you actually want to use. The virtual machine size, we click here, we want a standard D4S v3, So we want to change the size here. Just click that link. And we want a standard D4. I believe this is it right here. D4SV3. Select. And number of VMs, we want 2. OS disk, I think standard is fine for this. Manage disk, leave to default. And yeah, let's see here. Yeah, that's right, network and security. Okay, here's where you select the VNet. And this VNet, if you're doing this in your own environment, this is the VNet that has access to the domain, right? So in this example, we want to use the AADDS VNet. And then that's the appropriate subnet. We want the session host subnet, so the 10.0.10.24. Then the NSG, let's see, we've got basic. We want no for the public inbound ports. Domain administrator account. Now this was some of the things that I was mentioning in the presentation when you got to do the prerequisites and you got to figure out who's doing, what accounts are doing this. This is a domain administrator account, okay, which we all are administrators for each one of these VMs. For that, we're going to use and you can just copy that from right here, which, yeah, that's the same. 302.595. So you can copy this one right from this exercise and paste it in the add your warning domain. And then the password, use this password. Okay, now the next is the virtual machine administrator account. Now this is the account that will have administrator privileges on the machine or the VM itself, okay? So for that, it's going to be host admin. And the password, there we go, and I'm going to confirm it. And then click Next for the workspace. Register desktop app group, select Yes. And then we want to create a new. You want to give that a name. So give this workspace a name, WBD WS01. Okay. And then we want to click Review and Create. We're not So we're not going to do the tags. So it's basically saying review and create. Tags are something that you can use to start to organize and track different assets and resources within Azure. But we're going to go right for the review and create. You can see the validation passed here. And we'll go ahead and click create. This is going to create our host pool. Now, this is going to take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes for this to provision. So that's going to run for a minute. So while that's running, is there any questions so far that we want to cover? I think we still have Pete. Are you on? You guys still on?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hey, Pete. I figured I'd call audibly.
Sure.
But does anyone have any questions so far? Well, so we have about 10 to 15 minutes probably before this host pool completes. Okay. All right, good. Well, I'm going to go on mute, and once this deployment is completed, then we'll go ahead and resume, and we'll continue to take a look at that resource group and go through the next steps. All right, still working. You can see here a little bell and a little status. Once it's completed, it'll actually pop up and tell you the resource is available, and you can go straight to it. So you can see here it's deployment in process. All right, looks like we're complete. How's everybody keeping up? Give you a couple minutes. All right, we'll get going in one more minute here. Okay, well, let's continue on. So once that deployment's completed, we can go right to that resource, to machines, applications. I mentioned there's a default application group that's created. Okay, so it says here, go to the resource group and then do overview, which we're on, and select the resources highlighted in the image below, and then click on the ellipsis. And then don't delete any other resources other than the ones shown in the screen below. That's if you something happened and you got an error, and maybe you got to go back and repeat the steps. So it's basically telling you how to rewind that a little bit. If it succeeded, don't do that step. All right, now it's kind of scrolling down. We went to the resource. We can see the overview. It's created with 2 session hosts, which we have right here, and applications. Now click on the session hosts under this blade here. Let's see here. Yep. So session hosts here on the left under manage blade. And then you can see this was the prefix that we gave it, and you can see it put a -0 and a -1, so it'll just auto increment those 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, as many as you provisioned. Okay, let's go next. We're on number 4. Create application groups and assign to users. So we've got a remote app and we've got a desktop app. So let's create an application group. So we'll navigate to Azure portal, and again, we'll just search for a Windows Virtual Desktop. It's like the best sort of way to navigate. And then it actually will save it. It'll show you the most recent one. So if you do it multiple times, it'll actually pop up, which is convenient. Okay. Then go to the Application Groups tab. So we'll go to the Application Groups under Manage Blade. Click on the HP 01 DAG. Then under the Manage, we want Assignments. Okay, again, we're going to copy in our username. So I just kind of do it from here. Do that wrong. Let's see. Oh, got an add. Now this one says add. It doesn't say create. So again, this is one of the things you'll just have to watch. Okay, here's where we paste that in. And you can see this is the user. Okay. And then we want to click select that user. Okay, now we're going to create a new application group called Remote App. And so to do this, we're going to navigate back to the application groups and then click on the Add button. So I'll go ahead and go back to the application groups. Which is here. And then we want to create, again, it says add here, but this particular screen says create, but you get the point by now. Okay, in the basics tab, we basically want the following parameters: default, subscription, host pool, locations. Let's see here. We want the resource group, WVDRG, the application group type. Actually, hold on. We want the host pool. Yeah, subscription, host pool, location. Okay, this says default, but I guess we got to set that. Each US. Okay. Then we want remote app as opposed to desktop. This is kind of what John showed earlier when he brought up there was actually, you present applications where they can access without the whole desktop experience, which is kind of nice. So this is remote app, and then give it a name. We want the application group name. Be this. Okay, and I believe we're all matched up. Okay, next. Now we can add applications. That's what's basically going to be to that application group. We'll go ahead and click Add Applications. So application source from the Start menu. We want an Excel. So we're going to expose an Excel application to the users. And then the rest of the parameters are default. So we'll just click Save. Okay. Then we're going to go through that again. We're actually going to add Word. So we'll add applications. We want a Word document. and leave the rest default. Now we click Next Assignments. And assignments is really just adding the Azure AD users or user group to this application. All right, now we're going to copy and paste our username, which again, I'll just click over an environment to easily get to it. I'm going to paste that in, select it. Okay. This will give us this will basically give us access. Let's go next to Workspace. We want to register the application group, and then the workspace. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, yes, and then we want WVD, WS. That's our workspace for the application group. And then review and create. Okay, we see the validation passed, and now we can create. Okay. This is going to be in progress, and it looks like it's already there. So the cool thing is, if you catch it, which I missed it, it's presented to you with a go-to resource, but you can still come up here to notifications if you want to go back to that and go back to that resource and just say go right to the resource. Now we want to click on the applications present under the Manage. So under the Manage blade here, Applications, and now you can see we've got 2 applications available. Let's go ahead and go to the next lab guide exercise. Now we want to access the published applications in desktop using a browser. Remember, there's a couple ways to do this. You can access it using a browser, or you can access it using a remote desktop application. So it says open this URL. It says in the jump VM. That just simply means in this same VM that we're working in. So we'll go ahead and copy that to a new tab. If you've already logged in, which I don't know if it'll remember me, but yeah, it did. Otherwise, you would go ahead and put in your credentials to log in. It's going to ask for your credentials. That's the same user and password that's in your environment details here. Okay, now we're going to launch Word. So this is pretty cool because this is within a browser. So this is one of the, if you had users that just want access to applications and they don't need the whole desktop experience, this is a perfect delivery vehicle, if you will, to provide that straight through a browser. All they need is a device that can open up a browser, right? So let's go ahead and click on that. So we've got check clipboard and printer, and we'll go ahead and say allow. Now it's launching Word, and it'll probably ask me for the credentials again. Yep, pretty typical. Copy that in. Okay. Okay, it'll launch, and it's going to look similar to this, except we could connect to Word. Sign in failed. All right, let me try this again. Oh, maybe maybe that's right. This password might be a little different here. So I'll go ahead and take it straight. I think the user is the same, but the password's a little different. So as you're going through these labs, that's another thing. I just kind of check, you know, the environment, the password that they give you, and the ones that they list here. Sometimes it may be a little different, so just check that. Okay, we're getting closer. All right, here we go. Click on sign in. And then we want to enter that user. Then we want our password. Okay, now we've accessed it, and on the top left side of the remote desktop web client, click All Resources. So right up here, and we can go back to the application. So now we've got Word, we've got All Resources, so I can go back, connect to Excel, just kind of navigating through it. In this case, they want us to launch the desktop for this. So we'll go ahead, click on that. Then we'll enter our credentials again. Okay. And then that should take us to a desktop session, which is pretty cool. Again, this is through the browser. So now I've accessed a desktop through that browser app. Again, if you had a need to bring your own device or something like this, this is a perfect scenario or use case for that. Okay, let's go ahead. It says return back to the Azure portal. So we'll go to this first tab where we started, and we want to search for Windows Virtual Desktop, which it has my recent searches. So I'll actually just click on that. And then we want to click on user under Manage Blade and then paste in this user, which is us. There we go. Okay. You want to click your user here, and then you can see here it wants us to basically navigate to the sessions, and you can see here that we've got we can basically go ahead and administer this. We can click all of them and do force a log off for that. Okay. Now we want to refresh. sessions. That's the refresh. There we go. No results. So no connections back to that. Okay. Access the published applications and desktop using WVD desktop client. So we just went through a web browser as the client. Now we're going to actually use the WVD desktop client. And that's going to be accessing the desktop and the remote apps using that client. So we want to open the browser in your own PC, so not on the Jump VM. So we want to go ahead and we want to open this up. And I wonder if it'll just let me, yeah, you can still see this. Okay, then you want to download the client for Windows if you're using 64-bit. Let's see here, right here. So we're essentially going to be installing this desktop client. That's going to download that remote desktop application. Okay. Then after it completes, you want to set up to run it, open up the setup to run it, and go through this process. I've already installed this application. So go ahead and install that application after it downloads. Right here. And actually, I'm going to share this screen as opposed to just the application here because we need to be able to see more. So I'm going to do a different share here. Screen 2. There we go. Okay, there we go. Got that out of the way. All right. So username, password. Let's see here. Uncheck the allow my organization to manage my device. And then it'll launch. So let me go ahead and launch this. And I think for mine, because I've already done this, I think I need to unsubscribe and subscribe back. So I have to go through that process. Here we go. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, bam, there we go. Excel, Word, and the same thing that we saw in the browser is now available in this remote desktop client. Okay. So now we want to click Excel from our remote desktop client. It's initializing the connection. We want to put in our credentials, which should be the same. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll drag that over here so you can see it. There we go, Excel. All right, let's see here. We want to go ahead and exit the application. And then go back to the portal, search for the Windows Virtual Desktop in the search bar again. So we're back here. Go ahead, Windows Virtual Desktop. Click on the user, like that, and go ahead and search for that same user. So they provide conveniently here. Got that. And from here, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the sessions. And we want to log that off. So you can see here, go ahead, log off. Pretty straightforward. I want to refresh. Return back to the client, and then we'll click the desktop. Make sure that's gone. Yep, there we go. Put in our password. And that opens up a remote desktop here. Yeah. So let's see here. Can't see it all the way just because the way my screens are split, but that's essentially the desktop there. So let's go back to the lab, and we want to go ahead and go to the next. And here's where we want to set up the FS logics. And again, it kind of gives you an overview where it's designed to run profiles in remote computing environments. It stores the complete user profile in one container. And at sign-in, it dynamically attaches to a VHD. So first, we'll go ahead and create a storage account and a file share. So we'll navigate to the portal and search for storage accounts. There we go. And we want to click create add, but guess what? It says create. Okay. Description is default, and we want the resource group to be the same one we've been working with. Storage account name. Here's where you go to your environment details, give you the storage account name here. So we'll go ahead and put that in. And the rest is pretty much East US. We'll want a standard, which we have. Storage V2, general purpose V2. Read access geo redundant storage. And then networking. Okay. Now we want, under networking, we want to connect public endpoint, which we have selected network. So you want to select the second radio button here. Okay, let's see here. The virtual network subscription is the default, which we have here. The virtual network is going to be the same one we've been working with that, by the way, has connectivity to the domain and all the users associated to that. And then leave the rest default, and then review and create. Oh, okay. Maybe I forgot something. Let's see here. Got subnets. Oh. Yeah, I think that's what I missed. Yeah, that should do it. All right, we passed. And then go ahead and click the create. And this will create that storage account. And then once that's finished, we'll go to that resource. All right, we'll give that a minute.
Hey, Stan, we have a question here. Did you skip step 3?
Step 3. I thought, nope. Yeah, we put that in. That was the storage account name. If you go to the environment details, that's where we copied in the storage account name from there, plugged it in there. Okay, your deployment is complete. We can go to the resource. We can go to the configuration, which is down here under the settings blade. And then we want to, under settings, scroll down to Active Directory Domain Services. Remember, that's what we're using for this. We want to go ahead and here we go. Azure ADDS enabled. And your environment, and Pete, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you're a typical, you've got your Active Directory and your domain controllers and you're syncing that between Azure Active Directory and your on-prem, probably won't be using this part of it.
That's right, Stan. There's a separate step to use Active Directory on-prem rather than Azure Active Directory Domain Services.
Yep.
It's not a hard step. It's a simple PowerShell command that you run on the Active Directory server, and it will create the relationship with this storage account and Active Directory.
Perfect. Thanks, Pete. Okay. So we want to enable that, which we have, and then we want to go ahead, and that was the only thing we needed to do, and then click Save. So back over here, we'll click Save. Then we'll go back to the overview, which is up here on the left overview blade. Now, this is one of the tricky things. When you look at this, it shows it over here on the right, the file share. I don't know about your portal, but in my lab, it's actually down here in its own blade. File service blade, there's file shares. So this is where you're looking here, not over to the right where, you know, if you scroll down, oh yeah, not bad. Okay. Could have swore that wasn't there before. So we'll go ahead and just click it there, but there's another way to get to it. So at least we know that. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll add a file share. We'll go ahead and give it a name. So I'll copy this, paste it into that, and then go ahead and click Create. Now I've got a user profile. And then in the storage file data SMB share contributor permissions to this account. So we want to open the file share we just created. So go ahead and click on that. Okay. Go over to Overview. Yep, it doesn't seem to have access. Click on Access Control IAM. And then click on Add an Add Role Assignment. So we want to click on this Add and then Add Role Assignment. And then we want to select a storage file. Data SMB share contributor. Okay. And then we want to go ahead and search for a username. We're essentially going to assign this to it. Okay. So I clicked on that after I searched for it. See it here, and then we're going to click Save. I think it's saved. Yeah. Okay. Configure your session hosts. And so in this task, we're going to install and configure FS Logics in the WVD HBO1 SH session. Now remember, this was our prefix for each VM, and this is an instance of that. So this is the first instance of that VM, the one of two that we created. So we'll go ahead and find that. So in our Azure portal, again, search for virtual machines. Best navigation to do to do this. Okay. And then we've got the HP SH0. So we'll go ahead and let's see here. Yeah, we want to click on that. Then click Run Command on the Operations tab. So under the Operations blade here, it's kind of nice because it gives you a way to sort of run a command against it right from the menu here. And we want to run a PowerShell script. So click on that. And then we've got a PowerShell script command waiting. Then over here, it actually gives us this PowerShell script. Just kind of looking at this, it's going to create a directory. The only thing that we have to do, and don't run this script by the way yet, because we've got to change a couple things here, but just kind of looking at it, we've got the variables, and this is something we've got to set as a variable getting into it. We've got a directory name, and and then it's going to create that directory. It's going to actually download the FS Logic bundle. So it's going to do that. It's going to extract it and then install that FS Logic bundle. So all this is really automated for you. You don't have to go through that process. It's going to add the appropriate registries, and then it's going to run some PowerShell commands. New item property. Typically your commands will start with a verb, for example, and then you'll have some parameters here. So it's going to set some properties on that, and then that will be all done. So we'll go ahead and copy this and then paste it into this PowerShell window. There we go. And then we need to change. Yeah, so they basically tell you the steps that I just kind of went through. Now, in line 2, which is right here, we want to replace the name of this with okay. Yeah, so in the lab environment tab, the storage account name, replace name of storage account, which is this, with the name you just copied, making sure to remove the curly braces. Then click on Run to execute. All right, so we're just going to go here. So we're going to click on that, copy it, and then we're going to replace it here. That didn't work. There we go. Okay, and that's really all you need to do, and then we can now click Run, and that's going to process that PowerShell script, run that script against that VM, right? So this is the first VM. Remember the -0, that's the first instance of the 2 we created. It's running it against that. Let's see here. Yeah, it's going to take a... Yes.
I was going to see if you wanted to find a good place to stop and take a break, just because I know it is a little bit past lunchtime, if anybody was interested in stepping away and grabbing a snack or something, if that was something that you guys wanted to do.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think so. I guess we'll go ahead and we'll finish this one, and then maybe we'll step away. We'll take a, we could even take a 30-minute break if you guys want to.
How long supposed to take for the script?
Well, the thing about it is it's downloading it, it's extracting it. I want to say it's about 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, about 5 minutes. And then we're going to run that. We're going to go through the same procedure on the next VM. So while that's running, any other questions?
Looks like everything is covered in the chat.
Perfect. Awesome.
Is everybody at the same point that we're at?
Not quite.
Yeah, Stan was clicking along pretty good there, so.
Yeah.
I just get so excited, It's like
I finished deploying and he went on and I moved, so I'm way behind.
Okay. Well, when we break for 30 minutes, at least that'll, at least that'll kind of pause us for a little bit here. Looks like somebody's getting an error. Kylan.
Yeah, so I think after like step one, it says to go back to delete everything, including the host pool, to go recreate it if the deployment of it failed. And it let me delete everything else besides the host pool itself. Keeps giving me that error.
I wonder if there's something else left that has to be deleted, under that hierarchy. If there's something left there.
Yeah, let me go double check to make sure I got everything.
Yeah, you want to make sure that the session hosts are deleted or removed from the host pool.
Yeah, I mean, just that whole hierarchy, it's kind of deleting it from the bottom of the hierarchy on up.
Yeah, I'm pretty, from the screenshot in the lab, I definitely got everything besides that host pool won't delete. So maybe just a weird lab hiccup.
Could be. Gina, do you want to copy that image and put it in the lab support channel?
Yeah, definitely. Give me just 1 minute, okay?
Okay. And you can just make a screenshot of Kylan's comment here too, just to kind of include with it.
I have a quick question while you're waiting.
Okay.
As far as the applications concerns, the applications that we were able to actually select and publish, are those limited to what was listed? I saw like about 20 applications, or I can get more applications from a library and add them.
Yeah, it's based on the image that we selected, right? So we selected a Windows 10 image and it had the Office 365 apps on it. So whatever image you select is going to be what applications are available to you. And then, of course, which we haven't covered yet, you can actually create your own custom image, right, with whatever applications you want to provide. That's another option. But the applications are only limited to what's on the that image, right?
Thanks.
Pete, anything to add to that?
And for the custom image, do you create it on-prem and then you import it, or you create it directly from Azure?
So to add to what Stan said, basically, you can get any application you want. Now to answer your question, you can import it from on-premise if you want. There's a set of steps that you have to do in order to get it into the right capabilities. Like it has to be a VHD, it has to be sys-prepped and generalized, and then you would upload it to Azure. Or you can use this particular image if you like the starting point. You can then RDP to the machine or use the front end for WVD and install anything you want, obviously, as long as you're an administrator on the machine, and then make an image from that. So you have both paths.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Well, it looks like this script completed, so we'll go ahead and continue through this. So we'll go ahead and navigate back to the virtual machines. Remember, we did -0, so we're going to go back and close this out. Go back to the virtual machines, or you can search for it. And we're going to go to the -1 instance. So step 10. And we're really just going to go through this process again for this VM. So we're going to go ahead and under Operations, Blade, we want to click on Run Command. Okay, and then we want to run a PowerShell script. And we want to go ahead and copy that again. They conveniently added it again, so I don't have to scroll up. There we go. And remember, we have to change this storage account name. So we'll go through the steps here. So right here, we want to get the name of the storage account and the environment details, which is the FS Logics. This is a storage account that we created earlier, and we added to the -0 instance of the VM. Okay. And then we'll run that. And this one's going to download it, extract it, add the properties, parameters, and get this one all set up for FS Logics as well. Okay, I'll wait for that. Okay, script executed successfully. Now we've got FS Logic installed, extracted, and we should be all set with that. So again, at the end of step 7 here, as soon as we're done with this, we're going to go ahead and take a break. But we've got a few more steps here to get through just to kind of see this FS Logics in action. So the next step, we'll go ahead and search Windows Virtual Desktop again in the menu, the portal. Close that. Shows the recent, which is right here. We want to click on the users, and then we want to search for our username. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and click on our name. And we'll switch to the sessions. Select all, and we'll go ahead and log off. Yep. Okay. So what that did was essentially it should log us off from any session that we have available. So for this user, you can see that now we're not connected. And this will, when we sign in again, we're hoping FS Logics will take over and we'll see a little bit of a different experience with that. Okay, so we'll go ahead, we'll paste this link again into our browser window. And this is in the jump VM, so we'll just same browser. We'll just go ahead and redo that. Then user, it went ahead and opened that up. Let's see here. So it went ahead and logged me in from there. Now we want to connect to the desktop. And we'll match that. Go ahead and say allow. All right, cool. Kenneth said he's got it. All right, we'll connect to that desktop using our credentials. Here you should see the FS Logic app services in motion here. So that lets you know right there that the profile now is being managed by FS Logics. Okay, so there's that, and now we see our desktop just as they presented it here in the lab guide. And we'll go ahead and do, we'll click on the user account and sign out. So that's right here. We'll go ahead and click sign out. And we'll go ahead and task 4, verifying the user profiles are stored in the file share. So we want to verify that the user profiles are stored in the VHT format. So in order to do that, we go back to the Azure portal. So we'll go back to our first tab here in the Jump VM. And we'll go ahead and just search for storage accounts. It's right here. And then we'll click on the storage account that we created in task 1, step 3. So we'll go ahead and click on that. And then we'll, under the settings blade, click on networking, which is right here, settings, networking. Now for this, we want to, under allow access from all networks, and then click the save, which is right here, and then save. So this will enable access of your storage account on a public network so that you can see the user profiles stored in the file share. So now we'll open the storage account that we created earlier and click on the overview and then open file share. Storage account, overview, and then file share, which is here. Then the user profile that we created earlier. I want to click on that. Under overview, we should see the folder created in the file share for this folder, which I don't see. Okay. It should have gone through. Maybe it takes a minute to propagate here.
Hey, Stan, before you move on to the next task or any other good stopping place, did you want to break for 20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, we're going to do that. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, so right now is probably a good time. So the last two steps, mine didn't show up there. I don't know if it's got to do it, but maybe I'll just take the time to look at that. It's 12:42. You know, we could probably meet back at, let's do 1:30. Okay, just continuing on here in our lab guide. So where we left off was we ran the script for FSLogic. We logged into the VM and we saw where FSLogic was actually handling the user profile and the login. So we know that everything seemed to be working there. This did have a note that it may take some time for that profile folder to appear in the file share. So they recommended just continue on and maybe we can check back later. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and go to the next. We're going to go to number 8, which is exercise number 6. We're going to be monitoring using log analytics. So they just mentioned here that there's also Azure Monitor for WVD, and this lab doesn't cover that, but just note that that's available now. The Windows Virtual Desktop uses Azure Monitor for monitoring and alerts, like other Azure services. Someone was asking, was the shell script listed in the lab? Yeah, it was. It was under step 11. You go down. Or actually step 6. That's step 6. Reconnected that. So I lost where that was, but it was included. You could just copy it, the script in that step. I think it was a few steps back here. For this one. So we're going to go ahead and continue on with the log analytics. So we're going to create a resource given under the Azure Services. We'll go ahead and go home. We'll create a resource. And then we'll type in log analytics. And then on the log analytics page, we want to create. And then we'll go ahead and add the following configurations. For subscription, we want to leave that as the default. We want to go ahead and select our WVDRG resource group. Same one we've been using. And then we'll go ahead and go to the Lab Environment tab for the name. And that's going to be the Log Analytics workspace name. So we can go ahead and copy that. Okay. East US, and then go ahead and hit Preview, Create. See that the validation is passed in step 5. And then once your deployment succeeds, it will look something like this. So we'll go ahead and create. And then once that's finished deploying, we'll go to that resource, that Log Analytics workspace resource. There we go. So we'll go ahead and go to that resource. Again, if you missed this pop-up, you can go to the notifications. And you can see here, this kind of logs everything that's been deployed so far. We can click that go to resource from here as well. Okay, now we want to enable the diagnostics for the host pool. So navigate to the Windows Virtual Desktop. So we'll go ahead, go back. We'll search for Windows Virtual Desktop, and then we can see that's under our recent drop down. We want to look at host pools. And click on our host pool, which is 01, our only host pool. Now, under monitoring blade, there's a diagnostic settings. All right. Then they have a note here to pay attention to. There's a technical issue on Azure portal. It pre-created a host pool, application group, and workspace, and so for now it says delete it using the following steps. So we'll go ahead and looks like we can edit the setting. You can see here. And then we want to click delete. We got confirmation that it indeed delete all the diagnostic settings. Now, once deleted, we can go ahead and follow the steps to add new diagnostic settings. So we'll go ahead and go back to the diagnostic settings, name host pool monitoring. Go back here. So we'll go to add a diagnostic setting and call it, just copy that, host pool monitoring. And then go ahead and check all the boxes under logs. Checkpoint, error management, connection, host registration, agent health status. And then on the destination, check send to log analytics. Choose the default subscription. And then we have our log analytics that we just created. So that's where we're going to be monitoring to. Then click Save. All right. So now we have a diagnostic setting entry, host pool monitoring. It's going to that log analytics workspace. Now we want to enable diagnostics. That was for the host pool. Now we want to do it actually for, in the hierarchy, there's an application groups, right, under the host pool. So that's the next area we want to go ahead and set up. So we'll go ahead and go back to our Windows Virtual Desktop. And we'll go ahead and click on Application Groups. Then we'll click on the application group called HP01DAG. So click on that. Then again, on the left, you want to go under the monitoring blade, diagnostic settings. And we'll want to add another diagnostic settings. This one they want to name application group monitoring. Makes sense. And again, check the checkpoint error, the management. And again, we want to send to log analytics as the destination. And we have our default subscription as well as our workspace. And go ahead and save that. Now, going back to our host pool, application groups. Yep, application group monitoring. Now let's go back to application groups. You can basically navigate it from the top left. Just click back on the higher Windows Virtual Desktop, and then you can click on the application groups under Manage Blade, and you can click on the other one, which is the WVD AG01. So this one's going to be called Application Group Monitoring 1. So again, we're under diagnostic settings. We want to add diagnostic setting. This is where we want to name it, Monitoring 1. again, checkpoint error management. And then again, we want to send to log analytics, default subscription, and our log analytics workspace, and save that one. Okay, and we've got that. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and navigate to the Windows Virtual Desktop and open up Workspaces. So I'm just going to go back up to the top, go back to Workspaces. So we've done host pools, application groups, and now what's left is the Workspaces. And then once we click into this workspace, we'll go ahead and click Diagnostic Settings. And then we'll add a diagnostic setting for the workspace. Go ahead and select all the log types. And again, send to log analytics, default subscription, and log analytics workspace. Okay, oh, and give it a name. This one's going to be called Workspace Monitoring. Now we can save it. All right. So from here, we've created those three. We can go back and see that we've got that workspace monitoring set up for the log analytics workspace. Now we're going to go to the virtual machines. So we'll go ahead and just type in virtual machine. Sounds good. We'll just search for that. We'll open up the -1 instance. That was the second instance, right? Remember, this was our prefix that we entered when we set the VMs up. So we'll go ahead and open up that. We want to click on Insights, which is under the monitoring blade. Okay. We want to go ahead and enable Insights. And then we'll add the following configuration: subscription default, yeah, we want this one, log analytics that we created. Should be all set. Then we'll enable that. That's deploying. See a little status. So we'll give that a minute to finish up, and then we'll return back to virtual machines. Actually, we could probably do that now. We don't have to wait for this to run. So we'll apply this to the first instance of that VM. So we'll go back to virtual machines. You can navigate it from here, or you can just type in virtual machine again from the search. So we'll go under the first instance. Again, we'll look for the blade called Monitoring. Click on Insights. We'll enable that. And then complete the same with the default subscription. as well as our WVD that we just created earlier. That's our log analytics workspace. And we'll enable that. Okay, deployment takes 5 to 10 minutes to complete. Once that's complete, you will see the following items configured on the VM. Extensions added, monitoring agents. Yeah, so it's going to add an agent to those log analytics. That's basically pushing that log information that we selected during that process. So we've got a monitoring agent configured for log analytics. And then once that's completed, we should be able to run some queries in log analytics to start to get information or logs. So we'll wait for that to complete. Okay, deployment succeeded. Now we're going to go ahead to the log analytics workspace. So let's just type that in. Here. We'll click on our log analytics workspace. Then we'll look at the logs. So we've got under the general blade on the left, there's a logs. And then we'll go ahead and click Get Started. And then from here it says to go ahead and just close the example query. Yeah, here we go. This is kind of where you can write some custom queries to get some information. You can save those queries to figure out what's going on. So from here, we'll go ahead and we'll see the query editor. It looks similar to the screenshot given. So this is optional. The logs might take up to 24 hours to get populated in the log analytics workspace. It's probably impossible to replicate the steps below. We're providing these steps as reference for your understanding. So in other words, this is something we may not be able to do. We'll give it a shot, see if it works. Maybe we get lucky. But we'll go ahead and copy this query that they provide. We'll copy that into the query window. And then we'll go ahead and run. Okay. So completed, nothing found from the last 24 hours. So we'll take their word for it, and you know, maybe it takes a while for that to come through. So definitely something for reference here, but I think we're good to get into the next lesson here.
While you're bringing that up, Stan,
yeah,
it takes anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes to populate the logs from when you create it. So
okay, so we may be able to come back and check it out. So that was basically step 8. So maybe someone can remind me. Maybe we'll check back with that and just see what kind of. Thanks, Pete. That's super helpful. Okay. I mentioned during the presentation there's a couple of load balancing methods, and while we set up that that host session, we actually selected the way we want it to be balanced. Again, the breadth first is load balancing distributes new users across all the available sessions. So if you've got, in our example, we have 2. If 2 users logged on, it will put 1 in each, right? Where depth first is going to distribute the new user sessions to an available session host with the highest number of connections, but has not reached its maximum session limit. In other words, it's going to saturate that that host session before it puts users on another host session. Does that make sense? So we're actually going to go through that and kind of test that out. So that's really what this exercise is about. So task 1, we'll add new users to the Azure Active Directory. And in the Azure portal, we're going to click on the Show Portals menu button and then select the Azure Active Directory. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll see the Azure Active Directory right here in this menu item. We'll click Users. You can see this is us right here. We're going to click on a new user and add a new user. Username is wvduser01. There we go. And name, same thing. And we'll go ahead and click Create. We'll go through that again. We'll add another user called 02. Click on New User. Okay, we'll create that. Now we've got 01 and 02 WBD users. We'll go ahead and click on the first one to open it, and then click on Groups under the Manage blade. So here's the first one. Then under the Manage blade, we'll select Groups. And then we'll want to add a membership. We'll go ahead and add them to the AAD DC administrators. Select. Okay, now they're in that group. We'll go back and do the same thing. So just come back up to the users here. Select the second user. Go to Groups. Then we'll add memberships. And this person is also part of that group. Okay, so from here we're going to navigate to the host pool. So we'll go back, and really the easiest way to do that again, just go to your host pools. This is our WBD host pool 1. This is our only host pool that we've set up. We're going to open the application groups which is under the Manage blade on the left. We've got two application groups. And then we're going to go ahead and open the DAG application group. This is the desktop one. Go to, under Manage Blade, go to Assignments. Click on the Add. And then type that WVD user. Leave off the 01 and 02 because we're going to select both of the users. And then click Select button. And then once that's done, the user is assigned to the application group and will look similar to the image below. Yep, looks pretty good. Then we're going to update the passwords for those new users. So here we'll use an Azure Cloud Shell to run a script that will change the passwords for the users. Okay, so here we're going to, the Cloud Shell script is right next to the search in the Azure portal window. So we'll click that. Okay, it gives you two options. We're going to select PowerShell. Then it kind of navigates us to the subscription. We want our show advanced settings for this. And then we want to use our existing, so we've got our subscription default. We've got East US. We want to use our WVDRG, which is the same resource group. Remember, resource group is really a logical container for all these resources. And so this is the resource group that we've been working with. Okay, in the file share, or the storage accounts first, we want to create new, which we have that selected. And then we want to enter the SA unique ID, where the unique ID is the numerical value in your username. So it sounds a little tricky, but basically what that means is, and I'll just copy this in first like this, and then we'll get rid of the curly braces and that unique ID, and we'll just go to your environment. It's this number right here, the 302595. So it's the numeric portion of our user name.
Hey, Stan.
Yeah.
I have someone in the chat that is looking for the location of the script that was referenced in steps 7 to 8.
Yeah, I've got to go back through it. I can't remember which step it was. It was either on 4 or 5 down here. I kind of went back a few to look for it, but it's in a it's in the same window presented here in that module.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, again, we're going to put that, that's the value that we want to keep there. And for the file share, we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to have this FS, and I'll just copy it like you would. And we want this same numeric version here that, again, if you go to our environment details. So this is just one little tricky area that's not super clear. So it's one of the few things that I just wanted to note for you. We'll go ahead and put that. So it's FS, and that is the file share. Okay. Then we want to go ahead. Yeah, here they did a little more explanation here. I actually submitted a ticket around this, and it looks like they did clarify this a little bit more, the folks that run this lab. Okay, so we should be all set. We've got the resource group, we've got the storage account, and the file share. And we'll go ahead and click the Create Storage. All right, I'm going to give that a minute. There we go. Connecting. Okay, so that completed, and now we're going to copy and paste the following script. So here's the script for the step. We'll copy that, and we'll come back over here, and let's do it this way.
Try shift insert. And now press enter.
Okay. So again, this is setting the password for the user, and it looks like it's building essentially an array. It's including both of those users, and set the password for that. So use principal name, password. Okay. So we got the output there. We confirmed that looks good for both users. Yep, that looks good. Okay, now make sure you have noted down the username and password for user 1 and 2. So we want to go ahead and do that. Yeah. Here's the password here. We'll just open up Notepad. We can see we've got that. So here's the full username and the password. So we've got the 01 and the 02 user noted here. Okay. Task 3, we're going to change and experience load balancing methods. So first, we're going to go through the breadth first, where it evenly distributes the users. So while creating this host pool, we selected load balancing method breadth first, if you remember. Now we're going to log into the desktop app, and that was created on the host pool 1 with both users at the same time and see the distribution. So let's go ahead to this link, and we'll just open up that link in another tab within the lab VM. Okay, now we want to use another account. So we want to use this WVD-U01. So I'll just pick that one first. And it has the same as the other user, as the user that we've been using the whole time. Use another account. I'm going to put that in. Maybe I didn't mean that, but I thought that was it. Let's see here. Make sure I got this right. It's a little different. Yeah, okay. So basically copy, if you go back and copy your username back in the environment details, and then just open up that text editor and paste it in. Let's just copy the remaining part of this here. Okay, let's try that. There we go. That worked. Everybody follow that? So that text file that was on the desktop is just out of date. I thought they would provide you that, but the last part of that. So this is the user that we're using, that we've been using all day this afternoon, and we just want to take the back part of that and add it to both users. We're going to use the password provided above and a few steps above. This is the one that the PowerShell script changed for us. And it doesn't look right. Again. Yeah, my copy and paste isn't working very well. I tried the old-fashioned way. Oh, shoot. I did that wrong. Use another account. Oh, it still had that in the clipboard is a little weird for this. There we go. There, they know the password. Okay, now with the Windows Virtual Desktop dashboard, we can click on the default desktop. We'll click on that. Oh, it's good. Allow. We're going to enter our credentials. And we'll do this last part. Let's see if it actually worked this time. There we go. Azure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there we go. Now we've logged in as user 01. Now what we're going to do is we're going to navigate, and that was using the browser, right? Now we're actually going to go back and log in on our own laptop, using the remote desktop. I don't know why that kicked me off. Kind of weird. Okay, back to this step. We're going to come back here, and we are going to we were logged in as ourself. We're going to actually log in as that other user. So we're going to go up and click unsubscribe in this app. So you got two sets of ellipses here. You want to go to the bottom one and click unsubscribe. Continue. Then we're going to subscribe with that button, and we're going to use the second user. I'm going to use another account. There we go, 02. And we're going to put in our password, Azure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Click on that. Double click on that. Yeah, that's us. Okay, he just opened up in another screen for me. There it is right there. Okay. We've got that open. We want to go back to the Azure portal in our lab and go back to the host pool. So let's do that. That's in this first tab. We can either search host pool or, again, just navigate back to the host pool. You can close that PowerShell window. Okay. So we'll go ahead and click on our host pool. Now, under the Manage blade, got that right here. We can go ahead and click on Session Hosts. And then you can see that we've got, well, actually it kicked me out, I think, on the other one. You should see a 1 and a 1. I don't know why this other one is kicking me out here. Looks like I'm in there. Yeah, I've got some kind of message here. Oh, okay. It says I've been disconnected for some reason. So let's just open that back up. There we go. Now we've got an active session. And this shows how it's been distributed. Again, we had 2 host sessions, and for each one of those users, we were actually put 1 on each. So that just kind of demonstrates how this thing is distributing and load balancing users as they log in. Now, if we had a 0-3 user, that would actually come back on one of these. So it'll just keep spreading them as new users keep joining. Okay, so now we've got, let's go ahead and I think we're going to go ahead and look at the depth first. So let's open up, let's see here. We're going to open up the WVD HP01. And that's actually the session hosts where we can see us logged in. Let's see here. I think it wants us to go to the VM, virtual machines. We'll go to the 0 first instance of the VM. Okay, now we can let's look at taking that. That's a session host. Let's see here. Let's go back to the host. Host pool. And we want to go to session hosts. Okay, open this one. Okay, there we go. That's where I got mixed up. Okay, so just kind of going back here, we were looking at the host session, session hosts under the Manage tab, and we saw that there was 1 active session for each one. Go ahead and click on the 0 session host, and here you can log off all active users. We'll go ahead and do that, just like it demonstrates. And then go back to the session host, and we'll go to the SH-1, which is this one, and we'll log off all users. Okay. Now we logged off all users, so now we're going to demo the depth first. So we'll, in the next, if the previous session is closed, we want to visit this. Go ahead, copy that. Go ahead and click on that. We want to put in the WVD 01 credentials. Okay. password. This is actually supposed to be the first one. Okay, now we're going to change the load balancing to def first. So we'll go back to the host pools. So we'll go to our Azure portal tab. Go back to the host pools or search. And we want to go ahead and open up the host pool. Let's see here, we want to host pools. Okay, yeah. Click on properties for the host pool. And this is where you can change the load balancing. This is when we originally, one of the first things we did when we created the host pool. So here we can actually change this from breadth first to depth first. I could save that. Okay. And I'm gonna already logged in there. I think I need to log out of this though. Which user was that? Oh, that's right. Okay. So we'll go ahead and log in. And we'll use the 01. We'll go ahead and open up the VM. Okay, now we're logged in. Now again, on our own PC, we want to open up that remote desktop application. We want to double click on that. Oops. There we go. And we want to enter the 02 user. Azure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Then after that opens up, we'll go back to our host pool. Open that up. And then under the manage, again, we want to look at the session hosts. And voila, now we've got depth first, which means that both users went into the same host session. So it'll continue to add users, 03, 04, 05, until it gets to a threshold, and then it'll start adding them on the next VM. So here they kind of explain the depth first method queries the session host and allows a new connection if it hasn't gone over the maximum threshold for the session limit. Okay, that's great. And then number 14, verify that both users have been assigned to the particular session host. You can just log in there, and we just click on that host session, and you can see both users are indeed in there. Okay, so let's see here. We've got the next.
Can I interject something here? We went through the depth first and breadth first. What's the use case for each technology? I mean, in a real world, how would you go about deciding what you want to do, which load balancing method you want to use?
Yeah, that's a good question. Pete, do you want to take that one? He's still on? Yeah, he's still on. Can you drop that? Yeah, so you got there. So we'll follow up on that. I'll just ping Pete real quick.
What do you need?
Hey, Pete. So there's a question in a real sort of world scenario. I know breadth first is kind of default, but breadth first versus depth first. Maybe talk about different scenarios when you would use one or the other.
So it's really a matter of how many users and the workloads that the users are going to do. If they're all pretty much the same users, it's a light workload or even a medium workload, I would use breadth first so that they're evenly distributed across all the machines. We didn't get to the point yet on how to add new session hosts, but that's another factor. If you wanted to add session hosts to the pool, then what would happen is as that session host was made available, then WVD would start laying those users out on that in the same fashion. If you were to use depth first, you could overload the existing machine before it moved on to the next one. And obviously, if I was to expand the pool, then it would take a while before it started laying users onto the new machine in the pool. So that's kind of how I would do that and lay it out and why you would want to switch between the two. A reason to use depth more than breadth would be if you have a small environment that there's only one host and you want to start adding hosts in, or the opposite. Maybe you have multiple hosts and you want to start removing hosts. This will let you drain the people off. It'll put all of them as they log back in into the single host, and you'll be able to take those offline and do what you need from them. Any further questions around that?
Nice.
Awesome. Thanks, Pete.
Sure.
Good question, Dave. Okay, great. Love the questions. Let's get, so we're in step 10 here. This exercise, we're going to create a master image for Windows Virtual Desktop. So this is a little different than I think before. We just selected one of the stock images as we went through the process and deployed that. This would be a scenario if you're kind of preparing an image, you're running updates on the image, you're installing different applications, making sure they're all have the latest updates, and so you kind of do a sysprep on this image. That's really what this exercise is going to do. So we're going to go through some of this. We're going to create the VM. There's some aspects of this that we're not going to do real time here. Feel free to do it on your lab. For example, one of the things is getting the latest update for Windows. We're probably not going to take the time for it to load and update the Windows for the latest version. It's not going to impact the lab, but I think it is a good exercise. But I think for the purposes of time and kind of the value here, we'll probably leave out a few of those tasks. But if you want to walk with me through that, I'll be glad to go through it. But for the most part, we're going to really cover the WVD specific things around this. Okay, so having said that, let's go ahead and in the Jump VM, we'll go to the Azure Portal homepage and we'll create a new resource. Okay. Not sure what happened there. All right, I'm having some issues with my VM apparently. Does anybody else having issues, or is it just this one? So it's running. I gotta get some support on this. Okay, why don't we take 5 until I figure out this VM issue. So if you want to take a break and join back here in about 5 minutes, hopefully I'll have this resolved by then.
Brings up a good question. Can you run redundant or failover RDP gateways?
So because all of this is controlled by Microsoft, What you have to do is create another tenant, for lack of a better way to put it, in a different region, and then you can have those that way. Then what you do is, if that one was down, then the other region will be able to pick it up and start running.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm. On the same point, just note that wherever your workloads are, you want to keep the WVD region as close to the workloads as possible. For example, if let's say your host was in the West Coast, but yet all of the workloads you wanted to get to were in the East Coast, you'd experience all that latency from coming across. Obviously, in a DR world, you don't care, but that's something you want to consider.
Okay, and just like that, it's back up. We'll give everybody a minute here, since I said I was going to be gone for 5. Okay, let's keep rocking along here. We got exercise 8, talked about creating a master. So let's go ahead, create a new virtual machine in Azure. So we'll go back, and hopefully this is working. Yep, there we go. And we want to type in Microsoft Windows 10. Okay, we'll go ahead and select the multi-user, multi-session. Multi-session 1909. Go ahead and create. We'll have the default subscription. We're going to use our same resource group. The machine name is going to be WVD VM Win 10. East US. Okay, we're going to do standard, let's see here, under all sizes. We want a D2S V3, which is right here. Then the username is going to be AZ user, password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Confirm. Allow selected ports, and we want the RDP 3389. And then confirm. Next, going to the DIS. So we want to leave all default configurations for DIS and go to the networking. Here we want to create a new virtual network. And we want, this is the name. Okay. Everything else pretty much leave as is. Everything else is default, review, and then create. We have a validation. Go ahead and create. So wait for that deployment to complete. Once that VM spins up, looks like we're going to go to the overview page for that resource. Any questions while this is provisioning?
So I guess more just an expansion on that gateway question. So in a globally distributed environment, you'd want to have a gateway or maybe a pair of gateways in the region. Is that correct?
So there, just to answer that, Microsoft provides all of the back-end resources for this. So
Right.
the RDP gateways, you don't have control over how many they are. There's multiples of them. And so what the only difference is you get to pick which region you want people to get connected to. So why this is giving us gateway timeouts, I can't answer that question, but I'm curious if whether it's a lab issue more than production, because I've never seen this in production.
Yeah, could very well be. Okay, cool.
Yeah, just to give you, I've had a WVD session connected for 3 days straight and never seen that timeout. So
It's probably just me, Pete.
well, they're messing with you.
All right. Thanks. Good question. Thanks, Pete. So let's go ahead. We've got a success. Let's go ahead to that resource. And we want to click on the overview page and the public IP address. I'm going to copy that. Imagine we're going to do like an RDP. Yep, RDP. Got a, on your own PC, we want to search for the remote desktop connection and then probably connect to that IP. Yeah, okay. Drag this over here so you can see it. Okay, this is where we want the provided username. Azure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we've got that. That machine is up and running, and this next part is the part that we're not going to be doing as part of this lab, running a Windows update. So we're gonna skip past this updates and security. It's basically prepping the VM for before we do the sysprep. This part we're going to skip. Okay, coded image prep. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm just kind of reviewing. Let me get done here. So we're going to reconnect to this VM that we just put out there, and we're going to go inside the virtual machine. We're going to go to Start, open up the Microsoft Edge browser. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's kind of see if I can drag this over here a little bit. Okay, then we'll go ahead and copy and paste the URL below. I'll bring this back up. All right. Go ahead and save that download. And we'll open up File Explorer. We'll extract that. Oops. A little confusing, but should be in the Downloads folder. Go ahead and extract that. Okay. Now we're going to open up the PowerShell in this VM. We're going to run that as an administrator. Go ahead and copy that. Okay. So users, we use that same user, so we should be fine with that directory. Now we're going to run this command here. Okay. Then we got one more script. So that's going to trigger the PowerShell to launch an application that will look similar to this application below. And then we're going to select the following once that opens up, which is basically everything except remove inbox Windows 10. There we go. That's good. Looks good. Okay. It's a little difficult to navigate this thing here. Where are you? Execute. It's going to be an execute button. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's going to run 10 to 15 minutes. It's going to begin to install, and it's going to be configuring the image. Don't close any windows that appear until the script is finished execution. Okay. All right, so we'll wait for this to finish. We'll go ahead and open up for some more questions. If you want to unmute yourself, feel free.
Is there any way to update a gold image?
Pete, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. So like any other image, you can use this to build virtual machines that don't have to be underneath WVD. You would then update it with whatever you need and then republish it back either to an image gallery or just use it in a storage account and then link the creation of session hosts to that image, and you can do it that way. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Pete. Thanks for the question. Also. I feel like I need some Jeopardy waiting music while this is going.
Another question. If I was to provision a pool of desktops there for my staff, and it's a shared pool, how many VMs would I need? Is there a formula based upon the number of users?
There is a formula to use, and I think, Stan, it's in the beginning when we went over the how to size the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of a rule of thumb kind of approach to it. Light, medium, heavy users, and lights being like 6 users to a particular size machine. And one of the things that you always want to keep in mind is that maybe light for this scale is not light to you, right? Maybe medium is not medium to you. And so what you can do is either decide to use bigger machines, which would incur bigger cost, of course, but also allow you to use more users per machine. But Stan, I don't know if you can go back to the beginning of that particular piece of the presentation. I think it has that scale in there.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up now.
Right. One of the things that also happens when you create it through the portal and you type in the number of users, it generally tries to set the machine size to accommodate the number that you put in. But again, you know, like everything else, try it out. If you don't like it, and if you think it's not giving you enough horsepower, what you can do is stop the machine, resize it, and then start it back up again, and see if that works for people. There you go. That's it.
What about the number of machines? Can you reconfigure that? So if I have 100 users and I configure a pool of 40 machines, and I don't need that many?
Yes. What you can do is you can remove them from the host pool. When you remove from the host pool, it doesn't destroy the machine. It just removes it from the pool so that they can't be allocated. You can then shut them down for future use in case you want to quickly expand, or you could go back into the portal and delete them. The same thing is in the opposite. You can go into the portal and say, I want to add more session hosts. And based upon a particular image, whether it's from the gallery or your own custom image, it will begin to add those into the pool for you. There is a third way to add, no, I shouldn't say a third way, a second way to add machines to a pool. If you already have machines built, whether they're Windows servers or Windows 10 machines, you can install the WVD agent on those machines, and there's a registration key you use when you make the installation. It'll add it to the pool that key belongs to.
All right, so number of machines and size machines are adjustable without
Yes,
having
they
to
are.
destroy the whole pool.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Typically you want your pool to reflect, the type of users that are using it. So one of the things you may do is have a light pool and a heavy pool so that you're not mixing and matching so much, but you don't have to do that either, right? One of the other things that this last one, the power users show, you'll see there the NV model. Those come with NVIDIA graphics cards, and there's some of the more higher end graphics capabilities in there. So if you're doing rendering and things like that, you can use those particular machines.
All right, one last question. Can you run multiple monitors on a virtual desktop?
That one's a good question. I don't think I've ever been asked that. I think my primary answer is no, but I'm gonna have to defer to come back to you on it.
When I created my VM and connected it on my Mac, I have 3 monitors, and when I connected to the machine, it lit up all 3 monitors.
I have 2, same here.
I had to go back and modify the settings to not, because it was full screen on top of that.
All right, well.
So I think it's possible. You just have to set your remote connection to support whatever monitors and resolution you want.
Well,
but I'm running a Mac, so I'm running it on a Mac, so that might be different on the Windows side.
Mm-hmm. No, it sounds like one of the other people said that they're on a Mac, they're on a Windows, and it fired up too.
Machine.
Sorry.
I'm running 232-inch on Windows, and yeah, it came up fine.
Okay, there you go. Does it work like a regular, dual monitor, or is it always mirrored?
No, it was stretched out across.
Stretched across.
All
Okay.
All three screens were live.
Well, see, live and learn.
Generating report. I believe it's completed. Okay. Awesome. No errors. It's a good thing. So at this juncture, we're going to go back to the VM, go to the start, and just verify that it installed and loaded those applications on there for our image. You see here we have Teams, we've got Edge, we've got Office. Let's take a look at that. Yep, we've got a Teams shortcut, Edge, Office. So it looks like that worked. Okay, now the File Explorer, we're going to delete that zip file, that both the unpacked one as well as the zip. And then we'll run a, looks like a sysprep. Go ahead and delete these. Then in that virtual, we'll go to a command prompt. We'll run as administrator. We'll change directories to the System32 sysprep directory. Okay. Then we'll run this command. Let's see, we'll do the sysprep exe. And then once that runs, it's going to automatically shut down in about 2 minutes, disconnect your RDP, and then we're going to be back into the portal. There we go. Okay, we're going to go back to the Azure portal. We're going in the Jump VM, we're going to search for virtual machine and click on virtual machines to open that. Come back here, virtual machines. You can see the list of virtual machines. Here's the one that we just created and then we just did a sysprep on. Let's select that. All right, so we can see overview. Okay, I just did a refresh and it stopped. So we confirmed that. We want to stop it to get it into a deallocated state. And in this case, we're going to say we're not going to worry about the public IP being reserved. Just note that deallocated, the IP changes. Okay. Still in process. And once this process is complete, we're going to do a capture. Okay, deallocated. Go ahead and click capture. Got the values. We want, that's the stock there. We've got our resource group, WVD-RG. Name default. And review create. Got a validation pass. Go ahead and click create. And there we go. We'll go to that resource, that captured resource. Okay, and from here, we've got the image, a little bit of information on that. We'll go ahead, now it says we're going to go provision a host pool with a custom image. So in Azure portal, we're going to go to the Windows Virtual Desktop. Windows Virtual Desktop. Host pools. And we're going to add or create. Then on the Basics tab, we're going to configure that host pool with the following. We've got our default subscription. We've got our resource group. Host pool name. We're going to use what they provided. Each US. Validation, no. Host pool type, we're going to do personal as opposed to pooled this time. Then automatic type, which we have, and next virtual machines. I'm going to say yes, virtual machine. Okay. We've got resource group. We've got our name prefix. So we've got an east US. We're going to change the size to a D4S. B3. Okay. We're going to do a number of VMs. We're going to do 2. Okay. Standard SSD, virtual network. It's going to be probably the same. They put this in a little bit different order than the actual screen, which is a little confusing here. So that's good. The biggest thing that we want to do is do this from an image. Let's see here. It's going to be, here we go. Instead of the gallery, which is what we did last time, no, we want to keep that. We're going to select the all images and then go to my image. And this is the one that we just captured. There we go. That looks good. 2 VMs, standard SSD. Yep, that's our subnet. Session hosts. Looks good. Don't need a public IP. For public inbound ports, no. Specified domain, no. It's all set. And now we're going to use our user name. This is going to be our domain join. So this one has to have admin domain rights. Let's copy that. And then again, we're going to use for the actual virtual machine user, admin. Paste that. And then we'll do a confirm. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to register this to the workplace. Create a new one. We use the name that they provide. Okay. view and create. And we're missing something. I don't need a tag. Here, name prefix. All right, I missed that. Let's go back and see what that is. Remember, this is the prefix, and for the two machines, it'll be, once it creates it, it'll be -0 and -1. That should be it. All right, we're validated. Let's catch back up. We'll go ahead and create. So what we did is going all the way back to the beginning of this exercise. In the very beginning, we used an image that was already provided. This is the custom image. So we selected under My Items that image, and we're doing another host pool, and we're creating 2 new VMs under that. All right, a couple questions. Let's see here. Any way to get the lab instructions? So I think, Gina, you covered that. See if you can get that. That'll be awesome. And then Laura wants to know, I can't edit the username. That's a good question. Okay. It was just frozen. All right. Good. I didn't have an answer for that one. Okay, still, you're welcome. Still updating, provisioning.
Hey Stan, it looks like we have another question asking how do you deploy other applications in the image, for example, Adobe Reader?
Okay, thanks, Gina. So deploy in terms of, are you asking adding application to the image after the fact or during building out the image?
During building the image.
Okay. Yeah, I think you would just do, your typical install from that VM, whatever applications you want to install on that. We kind of went through a script that kind of went through and packaged everything down and created all those applications like Teams and Edge and so forth. So for some of the apps, I think you would just do your typical install for that prior to capturing it.
Okay.
I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, looks like we are set. All right, next task number 7. We're going to assign an Azure Active Directory group to an application group. Let's go back to Azure. We're going to search for Windows Virtual Desktop. Okay. Application groups. And here's the one we just created. Okay, under assignments, we're going to add, I'm going to use this username for username. Okay. We're going to connect to Windows Virtual Desktop with the web client. So we're going to go ahead and go back to that web address. Oops, not that one, this one. Then log out and use the following credentials. So we'll go ahead and log out. Go ahead, and this is the account, 1821. Password. Okay, now we're in. We see the exact same thing that they're showing here. So we'll go ahead and connect. Session desktop. Yeah, that's our custom image. So let me just cancel that for a second. So you can see here, this was WVD WS01. This is the one, the custom one that we just created here. So I'll go ahead, allow. Same credentials. Okay, there we go, FS Logics. Now, this should be our custom image that we originally logged into. So now, though, we have a Windows Virtual Desktop version of that with 2 instances. got the Microsoft Edge, Teams. So it looks like that worked. That custom image is now part of the Windows Virtual Desktop, and we're ready to go. Okay. Well, I know I hate to end the fun here, but that concludes this lab where we've kind of went through some pretty interesting topics. I think we covered a lot around Windows Virtual Desktop. Everyone had great questions, and I really appreciate that. So just kind of a quick summary here, what we went through. We've got creating a host pools of pool type. We're deploying session hosts and using them to publish applications in the WVD environment. Creating an application group of type remote app. Those are the ones that we were accessing with just the applications themselves without the desktop. Creating workspaces to have isolated and differentiated environments. Registering an application groups to the workspace. Publishing applications using the start menu in the remote app type. Assign users to the application group and workspaces to allow and restrict users from certain applications. Accessing Windows Virtual Desktop and publish applications through a browser as well as the WVD desktop. We did the FS logic. We saw that in action. The log analytics, configuring the load balancing with breadth first versus depth first, and then created a master image just now. So I guess with that, the only last thing, kind of next steps, as we kind of covered everything, is you know, there's a couple interesting things. I know Microsoft has a promo available right now on net new implementations of this. So new customers save 30% on WVD computing costs for D series and BS series virtual machines up to 90 days when using the native Microsoft solution. So that offer is in the portal before March 31st, 2021. And then, of course, Tallan, we're here to help. Thanks to my colleagues, Pete and also John, who participated today. We're always here to help you. If that includes, hey, let's, bring us in and just kind of talk through maybe your thoughts around how do you start to plan and envision a Windows Virtual Desktop for your organization. We can help that discussion. We'll be happy to jump on a call with you and the team to kind of start to roadmap that out. And then obviously if you need a WVD setup and configuration, we do consulting around that. The WVD cost optimization, so if you've already kind of dipped your toe in WVD, but maybe you want to optimize costs, you kind of want to bring us in, we can do that as well and kind of give you a lay of the land and even do the remediation if you choose to. So I wanted to thank you very much for hanging out with me. It's been a great day, despite a few technical difficulties, but I think for the most part, this workshop and immersion for me were super interesting, so I hope it was for you as well. And again, thanks for joining us, and I really appreciate everyone's participation. So Gina or Sam, I want to kick it